Nice time. See?
Let's go.
Between everyone being divided across the world, some still being at Segarona and having to move their way north, up towards Hartcairn after retrieving a boat and freeing some of the slaves that had worked at the farms, bringing them to the more druidic groves and giving them a new life as well as a new space that the fields that they work in, other farms that they foods that
You are food now.
Farms that they food.
the farms that they food were able to be consumed by themselves as well as keep what they've earned. As all of this proceeded onward, other compatriots traveled northward. The Thorn Grove giving Saren leadway, Kima being the druid that had guided their way, along with a few others, bringing Marhorn and a few others to ensure the safety in Dissimor, knowing a few locations that had been warded and protected. Had finally made their way over to Herodadalsa and was able to speak with the Goliaths, and especially their main Jarl and leader. For real. Finding out through a couple of sendings as they were dealing with the leader and knowing that there is a force on its way to Asuraz, and Lady Scorpus was bearing down with her army. Azur was able to inform Saren and also gather a number of forces, Wembley able to return as well to the group and be able to gather collectively. Or actually, Wembley is still hiding in Bridgerest.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think Wembley. I think Wembley is hanging out with Ballman.
Yes.
Well, Wembley got sent away by Ballman because Ballman was like, "Hey, they're gonna kill
Ballman
you."
didn't stay with me. I'm just with Geet now. We're having a little training.
An excursion of training. Let's see. Fully recalling, as the army started to bear down, Annette stayed behind to search out Sagarona as well as one of her last targets. But the army is gathering closer as Azur awaits Saren, and Saren will be most likely arriving to Asuraz as Lady Scorpus armies approach. Time is growing tight, and knowing that your allies at Asuraz are going to be temporarily distracted and detained for the battle at Stilltide, especially with the Goliaths making sure that their allies across the Gulf are safe. You know full well that the pirates shouldn't be an issue for the time, but there's obviously a still growing issue with Lady Scorpus and her armies, as even Sania has stepped down and decided to allow themselves to be vassalized to her and her forces so that they would not be destroyed outright in their northward movement. The plagues of Egypt, yeah. Wembley's second plague-stricken attack.
So a second plague has hit you.
Oh.
Oh, anyways, yeah. So when I finally actually put the illusion over all of the holes and stuff we dig, I'm gonna engage in a lot of reverse psychology by putting fake pits over several of the areas, and there's gonna be real pits over the real pits as well that are illusions. It's just gonna be a very confusing time to attack. Fake fortifications, real fortifications that are covered by the illusion.
You just got to make like pitfall traps everywhere and make them real, so they're in the ground for real. And then when they step into them and they fall in, they get stabbed by the pit. You just make it disappear and they're fucking buried alive.
I can't do that.
Ah, that'd be so funny.
Because you see that what I can do instead, though, is I can make a bunch of the illusions solid that's a really long pit, like along the main road. And then I can just make it not solid anymore once they're over the pit, and all of their forces fall in.
Wile E. Coyote them.
Yeah. They have no reason to believe it's fake. It's just, it's just another
Until
day.
they look down. They look down and gravity kicks in.
Gravity lessons. We will stop the French.
Stop the French.
So do I know how long until the army's actually going to get here?
From what Saren had told you, it's going to take a week to cross the Gulf.
No, I mean the people coming to attack the city, not Saren getting here.
I mean, surely we got some scouts.
Yeah, with the scouts that you do have, you know that it would probably take a week. So either one of two things: that either Saren's forces will arrive just in time, or just as the battle has already started and things have started going southward.
All right, well, I guess I have something to do then. I can go get the staff. Because it's been over a month.
This is true.
So I'd like to take Orem and I guess Thassus and anybody else that wants to come with me on a trip to the Elven City real quick.
Hey.
All right.
Well, up to my teleport limit, because I want to be back.
Back in time. For death. On the third day. Alrighty. As you teleport over to Morano, finding Nina. Or at least the last place you had been with Nina for your teleportation.
Well, I use teleportation circle and I just arrive in the city because I want to be able to teleport back and there's no circle here. So,
Fair enough. Effectively heading out to this location and seeing the many mages that have now surrounded the teleportation circles for safety, and a good number of what seems to be farmers in agriculture, others that look to be working together with Pin's Whistletop to get some supplies from Stilltide and working in and out, back and forth quietly. One of them quickly approaching, and some recognition will give you a brief salute across the chest.
I'm slightly confused that I'm being saluted. I didn't realize I was a military figure. You don't have to salute me. I'm not like a soldier.
Of course, ma'am. I assume you're here to speak with Nina.
Yes, I hope she's somewhere nearby and kind of on a tight schedule.
She'd be at the new town center for the time, as he will start to lead the way. With that leading through, you would see that much of the Ashen Wastes Desert has been attemptedly mended. The elemental fire is still permeating, but they are slowly pushing it back for the areas that they live in immediately. Looking into the distance as well, you would take note that it seems like one of the towers is shimmering brightly. One of the beacons seems to be now at a constant pulse of strength.
Is the beacon just like part of the city?
For that, yes. It would seem that
Okay.
the beacon has been fully integrated and it seems to be helping with pushing back the elemental fire.
So is like the air like a lot cooler in here? It's like temperate?
It's starting to cool off. It's also seemingly keeping some of the more erratic weather at bay. Almost as if the towers itself are now beginning to effectively re-terraform lands. As you do arrive towards the main center, you would see what they consider a town hall looks more like a manor that you would see within your city. Something much more regal and nicely kept. But that the various guards up front take note of you and quickly let you in. You can see quite a few other servants that have been trying to effectively tidy up and make sure that everything is growing and effectively the city starts to reintegrate with the land and connect and have roadways and more. It feels a little jarring as some of the floors move on their own volition within this town hall, almost as if directing you purposely without having to move as to where to go.
Oh my, jeez. I guess, well, the elves did build the giant magical spotlight tower with, like, interdimensional insides. I'm not really surprised.
As you
Very nice.
closing in on the center of the building, you would see what seems to be more of a central council center. The various books and everything within this tapestry of magic that you see mixing in. Numbers of counting, others that are taking in pieces of information and writing them down. And in the mix of all of this going on, you see Nina. As she is busied herself immensely and has set herself to effectively maintaining the township and trying to make sure that everything flows once again and could be maintained more naturally.
Is she doing paperwork herself, or is she just directing people?
Directing people and delegating decisions that would be much more heavily on the resource cost, or, as far as you can tell, structural decisions for the city. Something that would help the architects kind of guide or set up their main directives or ideas for reforming the city, especially since so much of it broke, and how to reintegrate effectively the farms, the civilians, and everything else that has become more widespread once again.
Oh, the logistical nightmare of rebuilding a city that's been this abandoned is insane.
Mm-hmm. As you can see, their main issue that they've been trying to reinforce and fortify through a lot of magic is water.
Like, just clean water?
Water in general. And the silt wastes, it's been so dry, and you know that there's magma vents and more underneath that. Maintaining any source of water without it completely evaporating has been extraordinarily difficult.
Yeah, I guess that does make sense.
With that, the guard would proceed to interject briefly into the chaos of what is going on in this council room. My ladyship, one from before has arrived. With that, her attention would very quickly turn to you.
Before I get to the main point, Lady Nina, before, the other reason I was here, I would just like to bring up, I overheard your problem with water.
Yes, any natural waterways or aqueducts seem to have been flooded with magma tides.
Did they not have these in your time? And I'll pull out the decanter of endless water. They're quite useful. It wasn't even really all that expensive to buy one.
We have some of those maintaining the farms for now, but we didn't have an infinite supply of them.
Well, I could look into getting you some more. I could just go to Tim's Spire. They probably have a lot of them.
Yeah, agree to trade there then.
I will do my best to get that set up in the near future. I've got another problem I'm currently dealing with, but yes, okay. Regardless, on to my next point. If it's not too much trouble, I would like the staff now. If you're done with it.
She will gladly proffer this beautiful lunar staff in your direction. Would be careful. I don't want it making you a target for anyone.
I've already considered that. I've been a target for quite a while. Done about 3 assassination attempts in my life so far, so don't worry, I'm quite wary.
Only 3.
Only 3 so far. I'm sure there's time for more.
Of course.
Regardless, how many decanters would you want?
Looking at the ones that we've had, I think another 30 would sustain us nicely, but even if you could just collect and offer what you can, I would gladly compensate.
Of course, I assumed as much. I'll get on that when I have the time. And the city that just defending a city from a bandit attack. You know, standard fare. I'm sure it'll be fine. Standard fare for me now, I suppose. Can't believe I'm saying that. Anyways, I'll let you get back to your business. I will do my best to get those decanters to you within a month or so, hopefully.
Understandable. I don't suppose there's anything else that could be done for your defense issue?
Well, the thing is, I don't know exactly what's going to happen, but apparently a band of criminals, brigands, are planning to attack Alcirus. I've been doing what I can to fortify the place, but it is just me right now. I'm trying to gather everybody back up, but I don't have a lot of time. Saren is on his way back, but he'll probably arrive just as the brigands arrive. Lucille is apparently going to show up before then.
I would offer what help I could, but I'm not sure if there's much I could offer in aid to that, right?
Yes, I would hate to stretch your forces thin when you're trying to expand over here. You have a lot on your plate. It's a massive ordeal.
Unfortunately, fire giants have become a more prominent issue.
They're already... Are they just attacking? Just from the desert right on?
Well, it seems many of them have already claimed the Southlands and much of the rock walls and mountains themselves. At least been able to establish some borders there, but unfortunately their homesteads seem to have physically and literally walled us off from making sure our homes reach to the borders they originally held.
Do the fire giants want anything? Or they just... I know how giants are, I've read the stories, but... Are they just being obstinate for the sake of it?
Unfortunately, the war previously has still left us at a disdainful stance.
I had not considered that would be in their living memory. That is a good point.
Maybe not theirs, but still within their families.
Yes, as in, living memory. Their great-great-great-grandfather met an elf and slighted them. I will let you know if it becomes some sort of emergency, but I trust our group will be able to handle it. The fortifications I've already put up are probably going to deal with a lot of it.
Either way, I look forward to hearing back from you, or at least news of the Decanters once you have had to deal with your bandit issue.
Yes, hopefully that goes well. I will let you get back to your business. My thanks.
Be safe.
Mm-hmm. And I will depart.
Mm-hmm. A runic staff in hand.
It's just a stick. It was just a stick the entire time. It doesn't actually do anything.
Well, it is definitely an artifact. With that, any statues within Morinar you can animate and control, as many of them have usually been magically enchanted. So you have command of the many statues within Morinar.
Oh my god.
You do have 7 uses of Dispel Magic on this staff as well. With that, you also have Drain Magic. Anything that you strike with this staff or other, you can effectively expend one of those charges, which the staff actually I would have to write it down. It's 20 charges total.
Damn, I'm trying to write this down now. Okay, so drain magic.
For that, you would be able to spend one of the staff's charges for a bonus action to effectively dispel any target that you hit with this staff. So effectively wipe any magic that they have on them or an object clean from it for the time, like a mute.
So the strike is a bonus action?
A bonus action to effectively mute their magic if you hit them with a melee attack from the staff.
So, it's like a smite. So you still need your action to melee attack with it?
Yes.
Okay.
And then with that, the Master of Enchantment, when you cast an enchantment spell at first level or higher while holding the staff, Intelligence Arcana check, with a DC of 10 plus the levels, about 10 plus the level of the spell, if the check succeeds, you cast a spell without expending the spell slot.
Wait, what did you just tell me?
So effectively, every time you do an enchantment or other, I will post it.
Yeah, I'm trying my best to write this down as you say it, but it's like my typing skills have deteriorated significantly. Oh my god, that is insane. Without expending a spell slot. No wonder this is gonna make me a target. I can cast on a roll of a 2. I could cast a 9th level spell every turn.
Mm-hmm. You can see why that these are artifacts.
I
Yeah,
suppose.
that is it's only enchantment, but enchantment's still good.
There's quite a few good ones, yeah. Like those are charms, aren't they?
Effectively,
Yeah, mostly.
mostly charms and other wards. With that, as for the rest of it, it effectively acts as a +3 quarterstaff and the other effects of Staff of the Magi.
+3 quarterstaff / staff of the Magi. How do the charges work again? It's 20 charges and I can cast a spell magic with it? And the drain magic thing?
Yes, and that would be
Okay,
separate from the spell listing that it would have.
So it's those charges are completely separate from the staff of the Magi charges?
Yes.
Jesus, I know you have to like already know these spells, but there are insane spells you can get for enchantment.
The wonderful thing of the Staff of Magi as well, which is part of the function of this, Spell absorption. While you're holding this, you have advantage on spell saving throws. In addition, you can take a reaction when another creature casts a spell on you that targets only you. If you do, the staff absorbs the magic of the spell instead, canceling its effects and gaining a number of charges equal to the spell's level. Let's see. However, do so brings the number of staff's total charges above 50. The staff will then explode.
Does this staff also have the ability to explode?
With this, no.
Okay.
It
No
would just
explodey.
it would just overdrain all of those others, which is why this is an artifact.
Oh my god. Me on my way to unlimited cast power word stun. Now, on a roll of a 1, I can cast power word stun without expending a spell slot. Damn. Guess the illusion wizard's not an enchantment wizard.
You could, well, yeah. I don't know anyone who would willingly destroy this item.
I mean, I'm definitely not going to. I'm probably going to go put an illusion around it to, make it so it doesn't look as impressive.
Yeah, because walking
You know.
around with the astral sea in your hand, effectively in crystalline form.
Yeah, I really feel like I'm going to get, there are going to be some stereotypical thugs and more that are going to show up and be like, that looks like it could fund my entire family living for the next 12 generations. Give it to me now.
Zoa now has a month of downtime worth of casting Nistel's magic aura.
Yeah. Just to hide the artifact alone.
I mean, that's not really downtime. I can just do that every day. That's not the biggest deal. Magic items. Staff of the Magi. Does Staff of the Magi include teleport? It has telekinesis. Okay, it has no teleport. All right. I really thought this staff for some reason would have teleport and gate in it.
Well, it's got plane shift.
It's got plane shift, yeah, but I don't know how much Azur really wants to travel through hell a couple of times to get everybody.
Come on.
Yeah, that's entirely. Well, I need a tuning rod for it. I guess actually while I'm leaving, I will ask the person who's been so kind as to escort me most of this way. Do you have a storehouse around here that would have specific magical tuning rods? I just need to borrow them. I'll return them.
We do have one of the head council houses deals with teleportation in that. Was there
Huh.
a primordial or celestial contract you were seeking?
Oh no, it's just that my little band of friends is quite spread out right now, and I'm trying to figure out a way to get them all back together within a week or so.
Very well. He will lead you towards another direction, which would be northwest, towards one of the many magisters who are responsible for arcane telemancy.
Oh, dang.
As you do arrive at this location in particular, you can see that there are a larger amount of guards. It seems to be more at the ready, but just out of the security of this building. You can tell already that, especially for some of the reinforcements, they have spent probably a greater deal of their time just making sure that this location was secure. You can see a number of arcane barriers that have been purposely put up just for the security of the situation. Upon your approach, though, you would see some surprise as you carry the runic staff of Morno. Or at least one of the runic staffs, I should say.
Yeah, shouldn't there be technically 4?
Yes.
Actually, wait, there should technically probably be in total existence 5, right? And then,
Theoretically 5, but one of the towers seems to have broke initially.
Yeah, that's why I said theoretically 5. um, good afternoon.
Good evening. What brings you to the arcane telemancy?
Um, well, I was trying to figure out a way to get all of my friends back together for an issue we're currently having. And I was hoping there'd be some direct or indirect way you might be able to help me at least a little.
If it is retrieving them, we might be able to do so if you have depicted pictures of them or other. That's or we could have someone read your mind and receive an image of them unless you have another form of displaying how they look.
I mean, I could use an illusion to display them. Reading my mind is fine too. I don't really mind. um. So what method are you planning to use? Because I've not exactly told them I was planning to do this just yet. I had stopped by for a different errand at first.
With the name said so, we could perform a sending and inform them that we would be heading to the location and that to resist a scrying. That way we can get an idea of the location and be able to pinpoint it more accurately. Unless there was some other form that you had for being able to send items from the locations.
Well, my initial plan was to use this, pointing at the staff, to well, actually, I suppose I'd not really thought it through as much, because you probably are correct that if I think about it, it probably would just be a lot easier for me to. Well, actually, no. My point would be that it wouldn't be significantly easier for me to do that compared to anything else. But anyways, we can just do the scrying. I was going to jump through a different plane and use plane shift to arrive at their location without the error. Do you have tuning rods for other planes here?
We do, as we have worked with other planet beings for enhancements to our city. Say others that you had considered.
I had not really thought of a lot. The first one that came to mind was Hell. I've had a slight experience with it before. Do you have a better suggestion? I'm not big on the whole planner thing.
With Hell, there would be a danger between acid pits and more, or even accidentally choking yourself between toxic fumes in the moor if you do not land in the correct location.
Well, I don't need to breathe, so I don't need to worry about that part, but acid pit does not sound very nice. Definitely a downside.
The plane of water is one of the safer travels, even though suspended in water and many other ways to be able to breathe under such things. And since you don't have to breathe, it would be safe enough for you to travel, and your companions would be able to hold their breath long enough, I would imagine, for you to recast your spells.
Oh, I'm sure that'd probably be fine, yes. The plane of water sounds like a good idea.
It will take some time, and it would cost some extra, but we can have one of those tuning keys made for you.
Oh, I'd hoped that you would have just had it on hand. How long do you think that'll take?
Using one of the ones we have on hand, we can do so, but it might be more expensive.
Well, just simply, I'm not in a great state of having a lot of spare time right now.
It would be 1,000 gold for that particular tuning key.
Let me go check my pockets. Do you take payment in etc. magic items?
We do accept such trades, especially as we are expanding again.
I have an enchanted plate mail, plus of the second echelon of enchantment, +2, as many people would call it.
That would most definitely suffice, and we can determine the dividend.
All right. I suppose I will spend some time informing them of my plan. While that goes.
Of course, I will give them set and made.
Okay, I will go lean against a wall and do sending to Wembley first. Hello, Wembley. Alcirus is being attacked in a week or so. I'm going to come get you. Where are you?
Oh, okay. Just an inn at Bridge Rest. We were gonna hang out here until things happened, but yeah, come pick us up. I'm with Geed.
Sending again. I'm going to need to scry on where you are. Probably be in a day or so. Stay in that location. Does Geed want to come too? And sending.
Yep, we'll keep on staying low, stay in the inn all day, and yeah, Geed'll tag along.
Yeah, right.
Damn right.
Did I include that sending because I was going to scry and don't resist? Or did I just say that in
Yeah,
my
you
side
did,
of my
you did.
brain? Okay. Yeah, alright. I will then cast scrying on Wembley.
I resist. Notable. No, you will see Wembley like sparring with his boy. Except it's not like they were just sparring, but currently he's like talking on the phone and they're taking a break.
Having a coffee.
Yeah, talk to my friend on the phone.
Okay, actually, I'm trying to think of it as like, okay, well, next up, sending to, I guess, Annette. I don't know. Izora has literally no idea where Annette is, but you know. Sending to Annette. This is Azur. Alcirus is being attacked in a week by Lady Scorpes. I assume you can get there.
I need some time to finish up an errand, but I can make it there in time.
There, that's all I needed to tell you, son.
With the last of my words, you hear me talking to myself. Now, where can I go take a shit?
That's your errand. It's several days long.
Your mission. You choose to accept it.
I haven't told you guys this, but I'm an awakened sloth, and it's my time of the week.
Damn, ain't that a throwback?
Oh my god.
I will
When
be
you're
right
in-
there.
When you're an abiotic and you're looking for a fucking place to shit.
Where?
Where is
No,
it?
no! You shit in the doorway, and your friend walks in it.
Eh,
It's everywhere!
Ah! Alright, I'll be back.
Sending to Saren. This is Azur. Do you want me to try to retrieve you? How are you getting back? Defense is going well. Period.
I should be there in less than a week. I don't know if you can pick me up from a boat, but it's up to you.
Sending again. I might try. I'll update you tomorrow if I am going to. Dang, the staff of the Magi has 50 charges?
good God. What the fuck?
Is this did the legacy version have this many charges? Yeah, it only had 20. Oh no, the legacy had 50 charges as well. It's just written much weirder. Hmm. 46 plus 2 charges every day at dawn. It's an oddly specific amount. I can only assume this staff is attunement.
Yes, yes.
I don't know, you can just hold it.
No, just infinite spell cost.
Just boof it.
No attunement.
Yeah, no attunement.
So does it just count as the +3 version? So it gives me also +3 to my spell attack rolls and regular attack rolls?
Yes, sir.
-3.
-3. I can take it.
Must be some downside.
How about it takes 3 achievement slots?
Mm-hmm.
It'd still be worth it.
God damn.
I mean,
What? It's unlimited
Bro,
casts of spells. That's what...
effectively has unlimited fucking 8th level spell slots right now.
Well, unlimited 8th level spell slots for very specific kinds of spells.
Yeah, like Dominate Monster, one of the best spells in the game.
Mhm.
Power Word Stun, Feeble Mind.
Feeble Mind is an enchantment spell?
Mm-hmm.
What level is it? They keep
How
going
else?
down.
8.
How else do you think they fed the tower? I mean, used the tower.
Josh,
Mm.
as we're sailing for like,
Oh, it's called
a month-
Befuddlement.
Oh,
Yeah.
I am looking at 5e spells, not 24 spells.
Yeah, that's why I was
Um,
confused. I was like, I don't see it anywhere.
Are any of the Goliath's spellcasters on the main ship?
Yes, they have a sequence.
Okay, not the sort of person I was gonna ask to train me in Mage Slayer while we travel.
All right, also, something I would like to ask the guy that, is making the rod for me before they've ran too far away. Do I need to worry about, the water pressure killing me if I'm teleporting into a plane made entirely of water?
For that, no. The entire realm is pressurized differently. It wouldn't be like going straight to the bottom of the ocean.
All right, I just thought of that. I was so slightly worried I was just going to instantly explode. That gives me an idea.
Mm.
Anyways, yeah, well, I guess Azura has something to do for today. This is a good time for me to make those. I got nothing else to do while I wait.
They will also provide you for the tuning key for the plane of water, as well as 500 platinum in paying for the other part of the armor.
Oh, okay. Let's go into the party treasure hold, because that wasn't mine, so... 500 platinum. Alright, how long did that take?
For that, especially since you requested for one of the keys that they had made already, which was 1,000 gold, it only took about an hour.
Oh, okay, well, I would like to go double plane shift my way to where I saw Wembley.
Alright.
I will brace myself and, secure all my belongings, because I'm teleporting into water.
As you teleport into water, go ahead and roll me a d6 real quick.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure.
I was
2.
literally about to say 1 and 2 is pretty good. With that 2, you teleport onto a beach seaside within the plane of water, and you can actually see out what seems to be an expansive Aquan city, lit up with beautiful magic from what you can see outside.
It's a good vacation spot. Now this means that I can just teleport here every time with plane shift. I have a safe spot to go to.
Pretty much.
And I would like to then plane shift into the room I saw Wembley in.
Alright. As you're going about your day in Wembley, you and Geets feel free, suddenly, boom, Azure.
What? Gods! Oh, all right.
Hello. Sorry, that one's new. I just learned that one.
Like still hiding outside of Stiltide somewhere.
They've gone even further south because some were looking for him.
Running.
That was not a teleport, that was a plane shift. I jumped through the plane of water to get here.
Oh, I haven't done those ones very much. Magic will never cease to amaze me.
Also, I got the staff from Nina.
It's the sand of the book.
Lovely. Does it do any cool things? Can you shoot lasers?
It is, it's terrifying.
In a good way?
Yes, in a good way.
That's all I need to know. That's in good hands.
Anyways, are you ready to go now? Do you need to get your stuff?
Yeah, we've got a few things to pack up. Wembley and Mead will run around and like pack their bags. Doesn't take too long.
Be quick.
So what's going on at Dimspire?
Oh, actually, by the way, I assume I got a material plane attunement rod, because I completely forgot about that, and that would totally be something they would have told me about, right?
Yes, you definitely have one. You also have a lot
Okay.
of materials from this plane.
They took your money
Yeah.
and they trapped you in another plane. Haha, idiot.
Idiot.
Oh.
At least I could
Pussy.
have flown to a nice futuristic looking city and paid the material rod. Sorry, Wembley, what did you ask? I got distracted by voices in my head.
Oh, just what's going on at Dimspire. Last I checked, we were gonna do something at Steeltide. Is that still happening?
I think it's still happening, but the attack on Alcirus came about suddenly while I was there with Aurum, Dragon.
Oh wait, Alzirus, not Dimspire.
Yeah. I'm
Oh.
pretty sure I said Alcirus.
Think I'm having a confused old man moment.
I probably mentioned Lady Scorpat, and you might have gotten confused.
Oh. Wondering when she'd rear her ugly head.
Yes, apparently she's going to attack Alcirus, so... we've been fortifying it. I have a pretty solid plan for defense. I've notified just about everybody else. Saren's on his way back on a boat. We could try to pick him up as well.
Oh, it's all up to you. All I do is swing a hunk of metal.
I don't know why he's on a boat, though.
Probably some kind of politics mission.
Probably. In theory, we could grab him real quick. Although... I feel like, well, I suppose I can just settle this by asking him. Galileo things, I'll go and contact him. At worst, you're just going to get a bit wet. It's not going to be the end of the world.
Geed, prepare to get wet.
All right. I mean,
By the way, I found a dry spot in the plane of water. You're not going to be getting wet because of that.
Okay, to get wet for a different reason.
it sounds very
Well,
weird.
we're going to be teleporting next to a boat. We might, miss slightly and fall.
Oh,
in the water.
alright.
Ah!
Oh, sure. I can swim.
And I can fly. Sending to Sarah. I can pick you up. Do you want me to? If yes, do not resist the scrying attempt in the next 12 seconds.
Sure. Yes.
Okay, I will scry on Saren.
I'm gonna go walk over to Truth Eye and be like, "Yeah, I think something's about to happen. Don't panic."
All right then.
At this bomb. Ah!
A US battleship pulls up alongside you in broadside. I think something's about to happen.
British one. Oh, get out the good tea. We're about to have a spiffing bombardment.
Oh, Sally ho.
Lovely.
Show these chums what for. What the fuck?
Anyways, you two ready?
Yep.
Stuff and I'm ready to get my feet wet.
I mean, I might not miss. You never know. Anyways, I'll scry on Saren, see where he is. Because considering that I can arrive at a specific location, I assume the lack of landmarks doesn't really matter. I can just be like there, right?
Yeah, pretty much, and it's also a ship. Some are more unique, especially for the Jarls.
Yeah. Alright, okay. So I'll scry on him. I'll pick a spot that I see nobody standing in.
And
Oh,
cause
it's
a
going
drone
to be-
strike.
It's going to be pretty jarring, just like teleporting, so brace yourselves.
All right.
Plane
Take a deep breath.
of water.
As you get to see the glorious Aquean City on this nice sunny beach for the time as the sun is up.
Yes, this is the plane of water.
It's nice.
And then let's go over to where Saren is. He's on a boat with a lot of people.
Quote unquote. People.
People with rights.
Well, yes, like
Left.
I can tell they're Goliaths, right? I assume.
It's pretty abundant. It's between
Yeah.
the tattoos and everything.
A bunch
Tell
of
you what,
Goliaths.
just saying, the only thing I hate more than Fae are Goliaths. I'll attack on sight. What was that you said?
Your son of a bitch has killed everyone in my family.
I'll attack on sight when you have pit bull at a fucking kid's school.
I won't hesitate. Okay, then I will plane shift us onto the boat.
This is my pit bull, Princess Cupcake. She hates Goliaths.
Give it that D1.
D100.
Alright,
I
never
guess
mind.
it's a moving
Plane shift.
boat.
It's plane
Oh,
shift.
yeah.
Never mind. I fucking forgot for
Do we
I was
land
gonna
in
say-
the water?
With that, no, because the target is Saren. So, as the Jarl is sitting there watching Saren cautiously, suddenly, just from the splash of the plane of water, what? At that, you see a number of Goliaths standing up with varying weapons looking in your direction as the Jarl kind of puts a hand on. Actual rowing! We already won.
Hey, Saren. How have you been?
Morning.
Hello.
Friends of yours.
Y'all Kuther Truthai. This is Wembley Greenhill, his son Geed, and
Hello.
the expert I was telling you about, Azur, last name.
Thunderstorm. I don't really give out my last name. I don't think I ever told you it.
I didn't know that either.
Yes, I believe I signed it on 2 pieces of paper and I mentioned it to you once. I'm not surprised you don't remember.
Wembley
Anyways.
pulls out his journal and writes that down.
Pleased to meet you.
Pleasure's mine, as you look at this towering Goliath woman with the immaculate fucking animal pelt that she's wearing, and she looks pretty keen-eyed over the rest of you, cautiously, as if kind of sizing up what each of you might do as best as she could.
I was originally just here to pick up Saren, but what have you been telling them about me?
Well, I sort of had to explain the whole ley line machine.
You
And
had
what
to explain
we-
that?
Plan to do with it.
Oh, okay, well, that's fine, I suppose.
If you want to share more, then go ahead. I'm not really an expert. Couldn't tell her that much.
I mean,
But
what exactly does she want to know?
I don't know if she wants to know anything. I'm just trying to look at her. I just mentioned that you are one of my greatest allies.
Well, I'm still here in the situation of teleporting under my ship, but seems to carry some more weight in the situation of you telling me the truth about all this magic and the city being back. Not many that could teleport, never mind directly onto my ship.
Well, technically it was a plane shift. I went through the plane of water first, so it wasn't actually that hard to aim.
Kind of cocks an eyebrow at that.
Yes, magical technicality. It's easier to jump between planes than onto the same one, especially long distances.
Trust you at that. And Ortrig. She gestures towards the Goliath that is decorated with all sorts of runic witch bones and others. So you're here to take away the ambassador?
Well, I just assumed he'd like to be there when his city gets attacked if it was possible. Oh, is that, I assume, yeah, that's where the boat's going, isn't it?
Yep. I sort of gesture around. You can't see anything because we're in the middle of the ocean, but yeah, we're headed there. But who knows if we'll make it on time?
In theory, probably not. I have no idea. I've been doing what I can to fortify it and what have you. I can move another, since we have a 9, and that's, 3, so I can move another 6 people if you want, but doing this repeatedly really isn't the staff was exactly meant for. Kind of like using a sword to take a hole. Any questions? Some questions about the machine? Yes, no?
Just put the thing in the thing and we fix the world.
I guess I haven't explained it to you yet either, but
Is it true that you'd be able to return all the trees and others to the land?
I'd be able to make it stop being on fire. The trees might still take time to grow back. I'm not too certain if I can force the trees to instantly regrow.
Either way, even if you take away the fire, there would still be a start.
I can make the entire continent a wonderful place to live in again.
See, she kind of like eyeballs you, Saren. Alright then. Guess we are just going to get trees and be done with it. You see a growing smile kind of starting to curl on her lips a little. Never expected anything of this, to be more than just bluster in hopes that something would be defended or wiped out for your city. Glad to see it would be going even further and really is going to steal time.
We're not acting without a plan. There's no point in striking out against the Afridi if we don't have a follow-up.
And then, as for the rest of you, faster! We have speed to pick up and a fight to make. As
You want to send anybody with us before I leave?
You see her kind of look over her collective soldiers, and especially those who are still rowing. You could tell, especially with this many stout on the longship, it's going fairly quick, especially between the sails and then the extra oars, making sure that it kicks up more speed. I think I might have one.
One is well within the extra limit.
As she looks to Well, a hardier but more weathered-looking Goliath. Give this a moment. She will
Of
step,
course.
step down and start hushed and whispered with this man. For the rest, you can see the number of Goliath who are continuing to row.
So, Saren, you went pretty far north from Stilltide.
Oh yeah, got some stories. I'll pull out my bag of holding and I will pass you like a small brick.
It's a nice brick.
This is from Decimal. Less
Oh.
than half a mile away from where the ley line exploded.
Oh,
Does sound
It's,
pretty interesting.
Yeah, I thought you might want to research it. It does seem extremely dangerous.
how was the old ghost town?
Very ghostly.
How bad was it?
We didn't see anything, but we heard something that I could sense was very powerful during the night. It wasn't as bad as the Silt Waste, but gave a similar vibe.
Sounds appropriately spooky.
Yeah, and I think it's still draining, which is a problem.
Draining.
What part are we referring to draining? Like the ley line?
Yes, look, I'm not an expert, but I have some magic. It still felt like it was, I don't know, trying
Turning
to
to a zero.
absorb as much life as it could.
Do you think that's something that needs to be looked at before we try and fix everything?
Well, quintessentially, the ley lines are just basically the magical veins of this continent. It is probably something we should try to fix. I'll explain more later as to what I learned from all those old books I got.
Oh,
But
sure.
it might be worth checking.
Also, I saw down the hall, and don't ask how I know this. It's something to do with my magic. We could follow that hole straight to the machine. It'd be thousands of miles.
It's just
But-
a straight
Oh.
hole it's down at the bottom.
I suppose it would go straight to it.
Probably curves, but
All the way.
big hole all the way.
Well, we can put that on the calendar for possibilities. It's not a bad idea. We still have two major things to deal with.
We don't have a... What other way would we have to get to the machine?
Well, we
We're just
know
sort
who
of
has it.
assuming there's going to be a hatch in Ilmaro's basement.
No, I'm pretty sure we were told that the other sister has it.
That was my own assumption from my research. Yes.
I thought.
So, also, if we could sidetrack for a moment, Saren, why are the Goliaths helping you? I remember hearing from your brother a long time ago that the Goliaths were sort of your allies, but they're sending a lot of people.
Well, from the sounds of it, they thought they would just be helping out in this battle for a sort of monetary gain of trees. But from the sounds of it now, they believe a little bit more in our cause. We need...
It's not every day you see somebody teleport onto your ship.
It's like, so like all normal people, they want to see this place not be a fiery hellhole and
Yes.
get it fixed.
I think some
But-
part of me is going to miss the smell of ash every morning, but
I'll say it wasn't easy to persuade them to, possibly sign up for their death. So, we're going to need more than just Goliath.
Fair enough.
For still tied or for Alcirus?
Still tight's fine. I think Annette's got all the forces she needs there for now.
I've also let everybody else know. The people who actually can get to Alcirus on their own will make their way there themselves.
How big is this attack on Alcirus?
I'm unsure.
I'm sure our scouts can come up with some numbers. We'll have to get into this later, more of an actual war plan, but I'm assuming once we've dealt with the business there and we take Stilltide, then the majority of the forces will move to Stilltide as our sort of staging area.
Good and central.
I'm not in charge of this entire thing, so I would just assume that would be the logical choice, because it'd be a logical target.
It's much more defensible than Hardelsa or Alcirus.
Yes, being on the coast like that is definitely not extremely defensible.
But this is more something to get into later.
And of course, looking over to the Goliaths to see if they're done yet.
That you would see the Jarl leading up with this older Goliath. As he is obviously still up there in his years, but fairly stout and strong. You'll be taking Ipthek with you. You see this old man of a Goliath, still with a walking cane, but was rowing earlier. And one part of his face scarred over from one of his eyes being torn out from a battle. I am going to be the advisory, making sure that our Jarl is going to be landing somewhere safe. Obviously, still trust you, but she wants to be sure.
That's perfectly reasonable. I assume you have some manner of magical ability to be able to send her missives?
I do. Some of the magic that I have picked up in my time and my age, and my wisdom fighting the creatures of these lands.
Yes, the creatures of these lands are awful. So are we all ready to depart?
Indeed.
Eggthack. I just know what I wrote. Or Ipthek.
I should have emphasized the egg.
Now, to backtrack slightly, it seems like that from what just happened that I did not actually bring anybody else with me to the Elf City, because I basically just beelined in and nothing else happened, so I guess I assume everybody's still at Alcirus. Because I originally planned to bring them with me, but...
For the Lion Tribe and all.
Yeah, I just assume everybody's still at Alcirus and I didn't bring anybody to the Elf City.
Yeah. Okay,
good. I was just double checking that before because I didn't want to have to plane shift even more. Burning through so many charges on this map the day after. Was it at full charges?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
Nina's been busy making sure her city's running. She's not going around and fucking
shift again and then it explodes.
Ah!
Well, no, the staff doesn't explode. It's an artifact.
Here's the staff. 3 hours later, Nina.
I made a boo boo.
Only have
Can I have another one, please?
one.
Alright, Eggthak, I assume you've never teleported anywhere before. Sort of rare, seemingly.
New experiences. I'm ready. As he holds up an axe like he's gonna fight the magic.
I'm just going to warn you, it's going to be slightly jarring. We're going through the plane of water. You won't get wet, though. We're just teleporting onto a beach. So.
Salt of the sea never killed me anyway.
Alright, let's go. I will see you and your men later, Jarl. Pleasure to meet you.
Looking forward to it. better save some of the fight for us.
Hopefully. And I will plane shift us back to the plane of water.
So everyone gets to see the beautiful green city that's right there in the beach.
And back to the middle of Alcirus.
What? It's getting crowded.
That went
here.
quite well. Anyways, I'm going to get back to digging holes and filling them with metal spikes.
This is quite the trick. I wonder why you were talking about the engine and all these weird things with the lady. Y'all was going to be quite pleased with all this.
I assure you that the plans with the engine are very real. I don't know how much Saren told you, but I fully believe it is entirely possible.
We just have to win first.
We just gotta win.
We just gotta win, win, win.
I'll escort you to somewhere you can stay. We say to Goliath. Introduce him to someone so he can do whatever he needs to do.
Very good. As he will follow suit. You can see him relax the axe in his hand and kind of return it back to his hip. He follows around with his walking cane.
Wembley, Guy, did you have anything better to do? You want to come help me dig holes? The current plan was, since I can blanket a mile in a realistic illusion, we're just going to dig a bunch of pitfalls full of water and spikes. And then I'll just put an illusion over them, so everybody will just fall in.
I like it.
It's the current plan anyways. It's what I came up with originally.
Pretty classic tactics. Can't complain about that.
Well, I assume it probably won't work for all of them, but it'll probably introduce such fear in them that they will move very slowly across the terrain.
Stop them from just freely charging into the village.
That's the idea. Right?
I'll be right back.
When did you get here? Or you're leaving again? Okay.
I'm gonna take the dog out.
Just gotta poop, dude.
What a dog doing?
Again, Annette, you just did that. Well, then I guess I will go check in on Orm, and I will go back to digging holes and helping to arrange metal spikes. I used a lot of my spell slots, so I don't really probably have enough energy left to do a whole lot else. Oh wait, yeah, I used teleportation circle today. Okay, yeah, I'm out of a lot. So I've had to upcast one of those scries.
Might make
Yeah,
some
okay, yeah.
healing potions instead.
Ooh.
Yeah, I have a, what is it, mold earth. I can just move 5 feet of dirt a turn, which is kind of insane. It's the work of several people. I don't have move earth.
That's like hours of work in a turn.
Yeah.
Imagine the psychological just issues you would have after having to try to traverse terrain that has like fake holes, it has real holes, it has barricades covered up by terrain, it has hills that don't exist.
I legitimately watched a YouTube video last night about the repercussions of spellcasters in combat, and they were like every single war zone would have like 500 walls of stone, and those last forever.
Just fucked up the land.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm fucking up the land right now. We're making this a worse place to live in.
Who's gonna fill these in? I don't know.
I mean, it's just
Area
dirt. You can fill it in
outside.
eventually.
Might be a hazard.
I'm back.
As
What was
you're
it?
not worrying about
7 days of prep time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I would like to litter the terrain with trenches. Closer to the actual day, I would like to put down a. How big is programmed illusion?
Christ almighty.
How long does programmed
like
illusion last?
Huge, right?
Programmed illusion lasts until you dispel it.
Oh, wow.
It's a 30-foot
Uh,
cube.
I'd like to approach Azur on like probably the same day we got here and be like, "Have you told Annette about this attack?"
Yes, I have.
Okay. Did she say anything about pirates?
No, she said she had some things to take care of, and she'd be there shortly.
Do you think if you're capable today, you could pass on a message for me?
Sure, but I still have that. I can do that much easily. I think. Let me do some math real quick. 3, 2, 1.
Okay, while you do math, let me just explain the situation. North of here, on those islands with the pirates that me and Annette were dealing with, she's basically in charge of like half of them. The other half have sworn loyalty to Lady Sculpess, the woman who is about to attack us on land. So if you could pass on a message to her to, maybe ask her to command her pirates to distract the other pirates or something, so we don't get attacked from land and sea at the same time.
Yes, I suppose I could.
Also, as much respect that I put on the Goliaths, I don't think their ships are as combat ready as the pirate ships.
But I assume the pirate ships have actual cannons.
From what I saw, yes. I was only on one ship, but I saw a few ships. They have like straight up cannons and stuff, right, Josh?
Yes, they do have full cannons.
Okay, yes. And I assume the Goliaths didn't really have that.
They do not. They have effectively spearheaded longships that would be able to ram into other people so they can jump aboard.
But still safe to assume probably not as useful in ocean combat.
No.
So yeah, I think you could ask Annette to work her magic on the pirates, because they might try some shit.
It'd be a good opportunity to try something. You are right. I'll let her know. So anyways,
this entire cliff here doesn't actually exist. It's just flat land.
Of course.
Desert.
Neither does this cliff wall. They're like, where are the arrows coming out of the cliff?
Where are they coming
How
from?
they get to no clip into the terrain? What the fuck?
because yeah, it's like the absolute just psychological insanity you would have trying to fight a Mirage Arcane battlefield built against you is insane.
Never mind the fact that most wizards who cast like fucking meteors and other shit, you just see a fucking horrific decimation of the battlefield. You're like, I don't want to go up there.
I ain't going over the trench.
You can't make me.
No, though regardless, Saren, I didn't really exactly have a lot of very specific plans. It was mostly digging holes, building trenches, filling them with spikes. I fabricated a few extra cannons for the walls.
Okay, how do illusions work?
Well, let me go explain something to you, Saren, because I learned something new, alright? So basically, traditionally speaking, an illusion is like this, and I'll make a cube next to me. You can put your arm through it. It doesn't really do very much, right?
Mm.
But it looks real. But however, if I do this, I lean against it again and I put my full weight against it. Oh, it's solid.
So imagine a gesture like over here, where there's nothing. Like, okay, imagine if you put like a fake cliff there. We can
Oh.
hide archers in it. You know? Can they see through it? If they know.
Josh, isn't it that if I explain something to somebody that's an illusion, it becomes transparent?
Effectively, yes, because you would be guaranteeing them for recognizing it's not real.
So would they have, if we, like, I don't know how many archers we have, it's not really our style, but if we put a
We have
bunch of
cannons,
archers,
though.
like, inside a wall, would they, permanently be unseen attackers?
Well, you'd be able to tell the arrows are coming from the cliff. You'd probably figure out it's magic by the next couple of arrows.
It would be inevitably automatic at that point after a few rounds of it.
But if a few rounds would theoretically be an advantage.
Yes.
Yeah. And also they could retreat unseen as well.
Yeah.
So yes, in theory we could camouflage the movements of a lot of people with a fake cliffside. When you explain to somebody that it's an illusion and then they interact with it, it becomes transparent. A large part of my plan was to simply dig out a lot of the road, the main path, and then make it temporarily solid so they go over it with an illusion, and then they just fall into a pit and die.
I assume you catch me up on what the scouts basically said, of that they have some very large monsters as well.
I mean, I
Yes.
assume I would have just word vomited all the scouts' reports at you.
So, like, I guess after the big holy area, you can make like just a choke point, right? A bottleneck.
Yes, I can only make something solid. I can only make portions of an illusion solid for about a minute, and I can affect up to an entire mile at once. So the bottleneck would not be permanent. It'd be illusory, you know?
We also sort of have to make the terrain look like this is the best point of attack. Like, I don't know how many casts you have, but can you make it look like every other way is just like a cliff that they can't go through?
Of course I can. It just won't actually do anything to them if they try to use it. It's like, if I make an illusion of a cliff that looks like it leads to your death, unless there's an actual pit there for me to, blanket the illusion around, it is just a fake pit.
No, fair, but I'm just saying that if they initiate the attack thinking that they only really have one way in, they would probably send most of their forces there. Otherwise, they don't really have a reason to attack straight into this area.
Yes, I don't know what they're bringing, or why exactly they're attacking. Insofar as it feels, I believe I brought this up earlier when I was talking with somebody else, but it feels strange.
Yeah. I guess we don't really know the motivation behind their conflict.
Regardless of that, I don't really have very many other specific plans.
There might be something in that's able to work out.
Yes, if the pirates actually helped and then the other half of the pirates didn't attack, that would also be quite a great boon. But I don't really know how well she can get them to lay down their lives for strangers.
We may have given them a demonstration that they can't really disobey her.
Well, I will use my own imagination for that one.
Yeah, cut an ogre's hands in half and ripped a net out of her stomach.
Wait, and that got eaten by an ogre?
Yes.
Oh,
I grin a little.
I'm quite disappointed I wasn't there to see that.
Yeah, she shouted down the biggest giant I've ever seen.
and then the giant ate her.
No, the giant was shit scared.
Okay, so this is before she got eaten?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you want us to draw the war crimes on the map? Or
If you would
Yeah, you
have
just-
any particular spots that you would like, or just hit it everywhere.
I do kind of like the idea of drawing pitfall traps that I get to trigger, you know, that does sound quite funny. Because it's like, okay, so the way that Mirage Arcane works, I can affect it up to a mile area with an illusion of the terrain. I can completely edit it. So that does mean that I could just basically make the floor over it solid for a second, then just drop it out from under them and they fall. And obviously there's an upper limit to how deep I can make a pit. Because, you know, like, I'm only moving loose dirt.
yeah, after a few feet it gets pretty tough.
Because, yeah, it's just like the dirt's just going to start subsiding into the pit, and it's going to have to be an absolutely massive operation to get anywhere.
I think at the very least there should just straight up be like a, well, just put that in a color I literally can't see. Thanks, game.
However, though, going through the floor, could I use... Actually, no, that wouldn't make sense either. I cannot use my ability to go into the floor to create subsidence, to create a collapse underneath people. I don't know how that would even work.
Okay, my thought is at the very least we should have this as like pit. Invisible or visible, doesn't really matter. Get my pen.
But we're going to put up some real fortifications and some illusion ones, so it doesn't look like we've completely prepared nothing, because that would also be very suspicious.
Oh yeah, true. There should be like little palisade walls or something.
Well, wait, so like, why are you drawing it like that? Why do you have the floor like that instead of like along this path? Is it just because you don't want to
Well,
tilt it sideways?
It doesn't
Or is it
need to be along the path because does this river even exist?
That, yes,
I
it
assumed
does.
all of this existed. I assume that's why Josh
Oh,
put us
okay.
there, because this is just where it exists.
You still have greenery and other things in the north. Like there's still streams and stuff.
I can't rotate this. Oh.
Yeah, can you
But
even
yeah,
draw
like,
a
I can-
rectangle at an angle?
There should be a square I can grab if I zoom in close enough, but I can't see it.
It goes into the square hole.
Oh yeah, it's on the corner here. But like, yeah.
That is incredibly awkward to do. I feel like I'm just going to freehand draw that sort of thing. Because, yeah, it's like... We put, like, a...
You're right. Freehand is easier.
When you mean 10 feet further away, so, like, so they think that the cliff is safe, then they just fall into the river?
So like on the other side of the river? Big pit.
Super.
Pit.
Well, I do have to work within the limits of geography here.
I don't know how this spell works.
I don't think I can deform it to such that I make a cliff look like a pit. I can make the cliff probably look higher and harder to climb.
That attitude you can't.
So we make the cliff along this side look harder to climb. Make the cliff along this side look harder to climb. We created an illusory rock face here to hide archers and possibly cannons. Where's the wall of the city relative to this?
For that would be another 400 feet back from you.
Okay. So the cannons can fire like this way, basically down the road. 400 feet's a pretty long distance, but you know, you're attacking an advancing army. I feel like that's not insane.
Yeah, no, not ridiculous.
You can pot shot it.
And not to mention, cannons can usually fire an average of 600 feet out.
Okay, so like here is Big Pit. big pit. Just because we want like a funnel.
And then along the road, we dig out like something
Yeah, just
like
like
here.
just like everywhere over here is just spiky pits. Death.
Wily Coyote pit.
Yeah.
Let's just put down a couple Wily Coyote pits around here. Shallow hole filled with spikes. Well, could I dig a deeper hole? Actually, no, because it would dry out by the time that happened. I was thinking that I could just use the decanter to like wet the sides to like make it more solid, but that would just dry out eventually. I love the types of situation we've gotten ourselves into. It's great.
And then most of our dudes in the green, they just stand at the top of the actual cliff.
If they're smart though, they'll just go off the map and around the illusions, and then we're fucked.
That's
So
why we need like
so
an actual solid illusion.
Like
You
it's
know?
a solid illusion. You mean like an actual palisade? Real thing, not illusion.
Well, my ability to construct an actual real palisade myself is quite limited. I can make a couple. It's quite hard.
As we have established with the glass, that we don't have that much wood.
Well, I'd probably just make it out of metal, but you probably don't have very much metal either. I think I used a fair amount of it to make the cannons. So some Wily Coyote pits. And then, let's see, what color do we want to use for this? A programmed illusion, a big circle, like here. I can just trigger to trap something. Actually, it's a 30-foot cube, isn't it? Programmed illusion. 30-foot cube, yeah. It's half this, right? I'm not insane.
30-foot
diameter or radius.
cube.
If it is a 30-foot cube, then it'll be half though.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought, yeah. Okay, so
Like
yeah,
that.
I did actually get really close. Yeah, leave that right there with an obscure random trigger word, so that's
obscure random trigger word. Ninja.
shoe block.
I think that should be where, like, the front line is. So, like, if we have to fall back, then we activate that, and there's a hole there suddenly.
Well, you see, the entire point of this, there isn't actually a hole. The programmed illusion is that I can make a set of walls that I then just make solid. So I don't need to really do anything to make it happen, and I can do it from significantly further away.
Okay. But, okay, are the enemies coming from this way, or are they coming from that way?
I assume they're coming from over here.
Been doing this the wrong way the whole time. The opposite.
I assumed they were coming from the south, because it's the direction they're coming from in real life.
That is a fair point. I guess I didn't really assume that, because I just assumed with the sort of natural-looking road, the city was just over here, and we're just a bit lopsided.
Don't worry, they'll be coming from that direction.
Which direction? The right. The left.
Yes, the left.
Okay. I like the pit. Very nice.
See if I have other excess pits.
Really wish we had some of those earth elemental crystals to have them dig out pits.
So is this cliff real?
Yes.
Okay. So on top of the cliff, we got archers and cannons and shit that we put a couple illusions in front of so that it just looks like cliff.
The couple illusions, just Mirage Arcane just covers it.
Yeah. So they still actually have high ground and basically can't be seen.
And also, we could use telekinesis to lift a couple of large boulders up there for them to push down onto them, like Indiana Jones.
Oh, hell yeah. We can get the kids to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Get
let's
the
use the
kids in
children on
on
the
it.
front lines.
Is that big enough pit? Not big.
I think that's an appropriate size, because, like I said, it's a dirt pit. I probably can't get it significantly deeper.
You just put a bunch of those just in the Vietnam fields. Some of them look like sand. Some of them actually look like pits, but are really sand.
Would it be hard if you fell down into like a 15-foot deep hole that's full of muddy water? Do you think it'd be hard to get out of that?
Oh, definitely.
Yes, you probably
That'd be funny.
break your ankle.
So I'd like to add a couple of those to the equation.
That's
we
that's
each
a
have.
classic tiger pit trap, my guy.
I mean, hey, it's like I don't have any experience with 15-foot deep muddy holes, so I'm just asking.
It's true. You're not committing war crimes on a regular basis.
Yeah.
And wooden spikes that point inwards towards the bottom of the hole, so it's harder to climb out.
Exactly.
Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah. Getting tips from the expert.
Expertise from the expert.
Don't forget to shit on those sticks and give them extra infections.
Even if they survive today, well,
Tomorrow's a different story. It's a whole different pile of shit.
Yeah, because I'm thinking like we. I'm gonna grab the ruler, remove this for a second, and we just dig out like all of this, and this just becomes a muddy pit full of spikes and water.
Let's see what you're pointing at. You might have on GM.
Oh,
Mm-mm.
That becomes like the muddy spike water pit. We just had like another one over here. Actually, no, we don't want one over there because we want them to actually go in that direction.
Yeah, we need an actual spot for our troops to stand.
I thought the troops were standing up here.
Oh, that's the trick. They think that we're standing behind the barricades.
No,
So
that's
get
where
high,
the-
high. There's more traps.
That's where the archers and shit are. We have like melee people that to stop them.
That is a good point. Yeah, I didn't really consider your people would actually be helping. I was just trying to illusion backseat drive this. Anyways, we also another good idea. Actually, we put fake fortifications up here, so it looks like there's like a fortified position with like a tower. So they focus on that more and they ignore the people up here for a moment. And then they push into a pit land trying to take it.
So I removed. Wait, can you make illusions of people?
Yo, it fell.
I don't think with Mirage Arcane
what-
I can.
what the hell?
Like any illusion I made of people would
You
probably be
make-
much more temporary. I don't think I
Make
can Mirage Arcane.
CGI crowd. Okay, then that. So I feel like our front line, I guess, is like here instead.
I can, however, add like okay, you can. The description of that's pretty specific. I cannot make it sound like there are a bunch of people in there.
Plenty data.
See, I can alter the appearance of structures, add them where none are present.
The human body is a temple for a structure.
The spell doesn't disguise, conceal, or add creatures.
Mm.
So let's see.
So does that mean Does that mean that people can't stand behind the illusion and shoot?
Effectively, it becomes solid. This was supposed to be the dirt pit, right?
Yeah, just like a big pit, so we could try to force him to go this way.
This one's for Luke. Yeah.
And before every single guy has wings.
Well, I mean, if they do, we'll have to come up with a different plan.
Sky illusions.
Ooh, spike pit.
Yeah.
But yeah, so anyways, like adding like some really heavy fortifications like along here that are fake. And like along here as well. With like
I think-
palisades and everything.
I also think these red ones should just be visible, so that we force them to go this way.
Well, yeah, these shouldn't be covered by an illusion. Like I said, so we should have some actual real ones for them to interact with first. Because if there's nothing here but like some like light fortifications, they're like, what the hell? That's just weird.
What the fuck?
Okay, so yellow is my proposed location for fake fortifications that are like heavily entrenched and look really strong.
It's just gonna come back. It's like, all right, so we brought. Holy shit!
Enemy army gonna rock up, see this, all this, and go, nah. I just turn around and leave.
But all
Yeah,
my
the last place they rocked up to surrendered instantly.
It's
We're
that
gonna make-
that fucking moment with the the Chinese war story where the guy sat on
Oh,
top
God.
of the gate with it wide open. They're like, no, it's a trap. Fuck this.
Yeah, it was like what fucking an army
yeah,
of
it was
like
a Chinese
5,000.
general with like he was just having tea outside, ready to surrender to the enemy general. But they showed up and he was like, "Look, he's so calm. That's scary. We're leaving."
Yeah, that's-
Psychological warfare.
I always
Oh,
heard the story that he was just like playing his instrument like over an open city gate with like no visible soldiers, and they
Yeah,
freaked
that's
out
what I
because they knew that he was like really clever and like really smart. Like, no, this is a trap. He's gonna kill all of us, and he was like dramatically outnumbered.
Yeah,
It's
didn't he
I'm
have like
gonna go
only
out.
like 100 fucking troops to defend like a slight palisade or whatever the fuck?
It was like an outpost or some shit. It was like, nah, we lose, and I'm just gonna play some shit. They were
Like,
like,
and
"No."
they're just like he's way too clever. We know this is a trap. He's gonna kill all of us. We have to leave. This is too easy. It's like, I don't know, what would Chinese man even really think that was about to happen?
It's terror, abject terror.
And I don't know what we'll do to deal with really large creatures, but we probably can't mud pit and spike them to death.
That's why I was just like, unless they can just step straight over it. My goal was to just hopefully bottleneck them.
Yeah, that's it.
Bad move. Just
Was
do
because
that.
he had a reputation for being clever and like he had tricked several enemy generals a lot. So it's like
Oh, yeah.
they just assumed the worst. And of course, I will walk through and show everybody where stuff is, and I'll probably. Well, my idea was to put like specific patterns of like flowers over where the pits are, so that our own people know that it's don't step there.
Don't step
Well-
on me.
I think we don't need to chase them,
Yeah, we probably could just attack them from afar and let them push up.
We are the defender.
Because defense is a good offense, but you might as well make them work for it.
Yeah, I need to use these more often, don't I?
It depends,
no,
like, how, like, some animated stuff just lags the fucking thing so hard, some doesn't.
Yeah, I will say
We'll
they
see
have
what
definitely
happens when there
gotten
are
better
1,000
on.
tokens on here.
Well, I'm not gonna fucking post up every single fucking one of Alceraz's troops, but
And of course, also, I will make it so the river looks really deep and it's like raging really fast. So it looks just like you don't want to go anywhere near it.
Actually, a very gentle little puddle. They could have a great time, man.
a gentle puddle.
A raging
gives-
tempest. And there's
It gives them
and,
the wet debuff. The fireballs won't do as much.
and on top of that, also, they'll just put like sharp river spikes around the edges, you know, just like.
And the yellow one was a wall fortification question mark?
Yeah, those are just fake wall fortification areas to make it look like, you know.
Yeah, so they waste all their catapult attacks on that.
Well, also to make it look like, you know, we're prepared. Because if
Yeah.
there's literally nothing, it'll just be weird.
Barricades. Palisades.
And I guess to be fair, you know, the barricades could just go up here as well, because those are illusory covered pits, and these are illusory barricades. I don't really have to obey the fact that there's already a pit there.
I mean, yeah. That's the fun of the illusion.
Then we connect that to the wall over there. Then we have like a nice gate right here that's also fake. Wait, this gate's just painted.
Hold the fuck up.
An incredibly confusing experience for everybody involved. It is why there doesn't seem to be anywhere we'll be able to make illusory people. And like aside from doing like major image and all that.
Just pull an Usopp. Get like a flag system rigged up where one guy holds up like 100 flags. You say, I have 70,000 men under my control.
You say that shit.
And they're all raising their flags for some reason. Oh, you can program delusion a group of people, it seems.
Yeah, a whole fake troop.
Yeah, put CGI archers over there.
It is expensive,
Yeah.
like in that it's a 6th level spell and it only lasts for 10 minutes once I start it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, never mind. That's better used for like a kind of cold or some shit.
Well, however, though, the other part I'll say is that it lasts until dispelled. Actually, it goes for 5 minutes and then it recharges for 10. It lasts until it's dispelled, so I can just repeatedly program illusions, start up a bunch of people marching around. Or I guess if it's a 30-foot circle, I could just put like a bunch of defenders like over here that are just fake.
Look at us, we're cooped up for a fireball.
Yeah, actually, I think that's a better use of the programmed illusion. Just put a bunch of people over here, so they can like basically huddle down and act scared, so they charge forward.
Yeah. The medic tent. Oh, look at this juicy medic tent over here.
Oh my!
Mm.
Oh, I
There's so
love the
many
way you
more-
think.
Yes.
I would like to also put an illusory medic tent over there. That's a good idea. That's such
Man
a
is just
smart
setting
idea.
the stage for his own like real life tabletop war.
Hey, I'm having fun here. Mirage Arcane, you know? And then they're not even going to attack me the
Total
same.
war.
Not most
I'll
of
be
our
Zaraz.
great use of it.
But yeah, like a fake medical tent, that's such a great idea because everybody would charge that. Get the medical tent!
Get it!
So we'll put you know, fake medical tent. We'll make that like
Little
Yes,
did they
yeah.
know. Little did they know we can't afford a medical tent.
We're
Yeah,
too
The fake medical
poor.
tent right there. And then the
'Cause we
programmed
are-
illusion in front of it is a bunch of scared troops just like huddling down, kind of just like
we know they're savages, so just like make a couple of people that look like they have magic lenses that observe the field, and they just have little vests on that say media, and they'll fucking kill them straight off.
But there's no rooftops around here. What would they do? medic tents are a really smart idea. We can just we can throw in a couple of illusions on the day of like people screaming in pain. It's weird. The battle hasn't even started yet. They injure
What the fuck
themselves.
happened?
Stubbed toe syndrome.
Yeah, why are they already screaming? What are they,
It must be the fucking
What's-
pitfall underneath
what's wrong?
the tent.
What's wrong with these guys? They just turn
Well,
around like
Ah!
That pitfall is covered by an illusion. You can't see that. So you charge forward, okay? Your friend falls in the pit. You keep going. You fall in this pit. Your friend charges past, gets around the edge, falls in this pit trying to charge the medical tent.
They're just running towards the medical tent for medical supplies. And then they find out it's not real. No.
Anyways, I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
All these war crimes that are being plotted out.
It'd be great for them
Which
to
of
try to
these
figure out
aren't
which
real?
ones aren't real.
The red ones are real holes.
Okay.
So all this shit's real here. Or it's gonna be
yep.
covered over.
Most of it.
Okay, these are real.
Everything
these are
except
real.
these, like.
The yellow palisades are fake.
Yep.
The yellow stuff is fake?
Yes.
And we should get some real palisades.
Right?
And put them
What
in
does that
this
stand
thing.
to?
Dude, do we have enough wood for some real palisades?
I mean, you do.
Can we get some real palisades like here?
Yeah, if you would like.
Yeah, that'd be pretty useful, TBH.
We don't need real defenses, idiot.
Wait, why aren't they ignoring the whole area where they keep falling and dying?
What's going on? Oh my god.
I can't wait for Josh to send in that fucking guy that looks like Radon from last campaign.
Oh, did anybody else have any other good ideas?
Yeah, real palisades.
Yeah, I mean, I said that we should also have some real palisades as well.
Some, but not as many as I have fake.
Real fake palisades.
Real fake ass shit.
3D.
Yeah, maybe like some of the palisades should just be like straight up real, especially like the ones they might charge into first.
That way they believe it.
So the pits on this side are all visible to confuse people because, you know, they won't try to go this way. So they're like, okay, it's fortified. And we probably should have some real pits on this side that are also visible.
No, I don't think these should all be visible. I think these ones should not be visible. But the ones here should. To force them to go here.
I thought they're coming from this direction up here.
They are.
So they're going to come down this way.
What?
This
Which-
direction entirely.
Oh my fucking god.
Yeah, that's why I was getting really confused about how hard you're trying to sell this strange pit lane on the other side of the river.
Bro, I thought they were coming from this way.
The entirety of the left side.
Well, then what? There's no point in having a gap in this.
Oh,
It's just
also,
like,
yeah,
wait,
another
why do we
thing.
have- Why do we have fake fortifications here when they're gonna come this way anyway?
The fake fortifications is that they assume that this is our most fortified position, so they charge into it and they run into the pits. It's basically just bait to get them to run into it. Also, put a fake bridge across the scrap, Jarvis. Jarvis, make them regret their life choices.
Alright, just makes me think of that Orcs Must Die game.
Yeah,
Yeah, it does. Jarvis, increase the amount of spring traps by 30%.
Spring traps?
Also, add some
Thomas
spikes so they're
Reese?
covered by an illusion directly below the bridge. They just fall onto that. See, the bridge is covered and the illusion's covered, and then you fall down, your friend's screaming because his legs are broken. He has a spike through his leg.
Sure, make her feet 15% more visible. No, 20.
Jarvis,
It's
AI
in-
generate a picture of that woman's.
Safety protocols.
Increase olfactory senses by 5,000%, disengage safety protocols, and run simulation.
Comical air bridge.
Okay, have we thought of everything we could add to this?
I think we should put like one of these spike pits on this side. Move it every little.
Like move the row of pits and put another pit over here.
Just like one, because once they realize this whole area is pit,
They'll just go around the side. Yeah, I
straight
see.
on here. Just put like one here.
One spike up here too.
Yeah, I don't see why we wouldn't. Yeah, put one like right there. Yeah, you know.
Crusher smalls. Just to fuck with them.
God, this is going. If there are any survivors from this fight, they're going to have PTSD for the rest of their lives. What looks like a completely normal encampment is entirely fake and just full of spiked pits. And on top of that, also, in order to be able to figure out it's an illusion without me telling you, you have to succeed against my DC 25 spell DC with an investigation check. So the average man cannot figure out that this is an illusion. So you will watch your friend disappear into the floor and start screaming. Only for you to stumble backwards and begin screaming.
Must have been the wind, you say as you watch them fall through to nothing.
Well, I
Minds
feel
are
like
playing tricks.
this pit is going to be full by the end of the day.
They're going to be able to step over.
Won't even be a pit.
Watch out, man. This is very rocky terrain here. This is all the corpses underfoot.
Yeah, why is it squishy here?
What's that crunchy noise?
Why is there
Oh,
so...
good, Annette's back. I remember now. I can send a message to Annette. This is Azure. Saren wanted me to remind you about the pirates. That half of them are under your control, apparently. The other half are affiliated with Lady Scorpass. That's the end of the sending.
I can get my men to arrive by the shore to defend the ocean if need be.
How much does Arcane Recovery get back? So I was pretty much out of spell slots by this point. Other than like my 7th level spell. Yeah, I've been doing a lot of teleporting today.
It is true.
You got days.
Yeah, I know, but I'm trying to get this all handled because I have a lot of programmed illusions I want to cast because if I'm gonna have all this time to repair, I really want to just add a ton of random people milling about and acting terrified that we can start up as soon as the people show up to attack us.
I didn't know that Azure was an elite programmer. I created all this in Python.
Imagine a bunch of people seeing some hastily constructed palisades and there's a bunch of cowering people behind it acting all scared. You'd be like, oh my god, yes, easy.
Easy prey.
And then you just die.
Isn't that right, Greg? Where'd Greg go? He was here on my left a minute ago when we walked over these spike traps that I can't see.
Greg's fucking dead.
Well,
Dave, everybody's dead, Dave.
We all fell into spike trips.
Everybody is dead, Dave.
Oh, okay, I can recover plenty of sending spells.
You can't defeat him. He's a programmer.
Yes, and that is mostly what Saren wanted, to assure the other half of the pirates don't ruin this.
Flowing water gifts as well.
yeah.
Bro is going to use every fucking shred of RAM on all our computers for this fight.
The RAM prices are going up. place.
That's the dude's plan.
It's a really good thing they improved the stability of this fucking app with jump gate.
I'm going to make
Well,
this combat take 8 hours because we're playing at 5 FPS.
Azura sitting there like, the enemy can't fight us if I crash God.
Each person's turn takes 10 minutes because it's just look, it's hard to use, all right?
I like the river
Shit's
going the
broken.
opposite way.
Damn right.
Combat brought to you by Big
Okay.
Ryan.
Another idea I just had, because they probably have never seen this place before, okay? We changed the cliff face with an illusion to make it look like there's like built-in fortifications like arrow holes.
Oh, the murder
What,
holes.
so they attack the cliff?
Well, they're suspicious of the cliff and they assume there's somebody in there that's going to shoot at them.
Then they'll take cover by all the murder holes.
Yeah, but it's like, see, the other thing with Mirage Arcane, this is free. This is just an add-on.
They can't shoot us from those holes up there in the mountain if we hide in these pits full of spikes.
The free texture pack.
Idiots.
Idiota. So anyway, Sam, where did you want to... Do you really want your people to stand up there? I assume that was when you thought they were coming from the south.
Yeah, that is when I thought they were coming from the south.
Yeah, I was slightly confused why you wanted your people to stand up on this cliff where they would be attacked immediately. You could have them up here behind the... I was planning to put a fake palisade, fake tower there, but we could just have them there and put a fake cliff there, and they could shoot from behind that. You see, I was also going to put an illusion over here and have it be a bunch of terrified-looking soldiers so that they want to rush it. This is quite fun, actually. So we have... So then they charge this. They fall into these pits. This is a fake medical tent over here. Yes, yes.
Yes, yes.
Yes, yes. Anybody else have any great suggestions for the torture machine?
I think you've done enough.
Wrong initiative. You're gonna take up too much RAM in your brain.
Yeah, okay. This is probably good enough, honestly. I feel like that this is already terrible enough, and like a lot of these people are probably just going to leave.
First enemy works out. Dispel magic!
It's a pretty hard DC. 7th level spell. You have to know it's there first.
They
They actually have like
enemy
scouts ahead
intel.
of time seeing all of these pits being made, so when the army shows up and there's none, they're like, something's going on here. Dispel magic!
Oh, we refilled the pits. They were... we were making a sewage system.
Just making an aqueduct. There we go. I've animated the entire river.
And also,
Right.
even if an illusion isn't covering them, it's still a lot of extra terrain they have to deal with.
I'm gonna be honest, even with like all of the like bits of the river that are just going over parts of the terrain, that looks way better.
Yeah, that river looks really cool.
Why can't I shoot fireballs anymore?
I like it.
Wait, what do you mean you can't shoot fireballs?
How do I do effects?
It's the bottom
FX.
button, the FX.
Oh, that's okay. That's a new button.
Like, remember, we saw this.
Oh, what the fuck was that? You're gonna have fucking pyrotechnics? Like they're gonna come in and see a whole concert?
Not yet. That's what we need
Oh, hell
your
yes.
alchemist for.
No, yeah, you're gonna be fucking Azura's gonna be on a stage by the time this is all done with pyrotechnics and a guitar. Like,
Jesus.
oh, you're ready to fucking die!
That's a couple fights from now when we have all your alchemist supplies for that fight.
Yeah.
Do you want to rock? Yeah!
You
Right.
ask them that and they scream yeah, and you drop a boulder on them.
Do you want to rock? Yeah.
Everyone, close your eyes while Josh populates the map with enemies. Let's
We
get it.
Populate-
still have a week.
There's a
We're finishing
90%
this fight today.
So some of us aren't even there yet.
That was your fault for not teleporting in as soon as I told you.
Idiot. Are you speeding up their fucking march towards the city as well?
Da, 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 da.
You're gonna illusion a golden star, and you're gonna pick it up, and then as you run at the enemy, and they start screaming. No! Ah!
Do I even know a single enchantment spell? I feel like I do. With a staff, I should probably prepare a lot of them, because I can just throw them out whenever I feel like it. At no
Enchantment.
cost.
Enchantment spell.
Enchantment.
Oh my god, I need to go learn mass suggestion. That's such a good idea. Free mass suggestion. Also, irresistible dance is a wizard spell.
That's
Who
a
would have
strange one.
guessed? It really doesn't feel like something you'd ever give to a wizard.
No.
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 No, no, no. Yes, you are. You are. Whoa. A shitload of fortifications up here, right? All these
Well, my idea was just to cover that in like a
walls.
make it look like it's like built into, you know, like there's like fortifications in the wall and there's like arrow holes and stuff, so it looks like it's, you know, a fortified castle bit.
Tribe's gonna come up like, how did you build all this? That's the neat part. I didn't.
It's all fake.
But real.
Real fake doors.
It's vacant.
Everyone shows up for the war. The war's already over. Zera's just sitting there fucking playing heavy metal to the cliff.
It's playing that game where you throw the frog.
We're just literally playing a work game. Orcs must die.
Orcs must die.
Categories. War.
Alright, and then the battle started.
Damn.
Well, you gotta wait for everybody else to get here.
Alright. Camera cuts to Lucille. What are you doing?
Lucille and I, yeah.
Yes.
Well,
What
I was
is-
still in Heartcan.
having a time
wanna-
of my life.
Yeah, I want to get my seed or sapling for the big tree. It's like the
Lucille's
reason
getting
I'm here.
seed?
Yeah, Lucille's getting seed.
Mm.
All that sap, man.
Hey, you lousy sap.
Y'all lousy fucking sap. Let's see. Quickly peruse.
Oh god, I just realized another thing. I can cast Psychic Lance as much as I want.
Nice.
That's mean.
That's the meme.
It being an Arcana check is insane.
Well, yeah, because I also have expertise on Arcana and like 26 intelligence. 25, yeah. My Arcana check right now is a 17.
Hey, when you're good, you're good.
I mean, it is an artifact staff made probably by sacrifice a lot of people.
Yeah, pretty much.
I can only assume this thing probably has an absolutely horrific history.
You like to do legend?
No.
You will hear the screams.
Their psychic screams. Enchantment spell level 9.
Yeah, honestly. The greatest spell ever. Looks at the history of me using it and pissing everyone.
It has a 90-foot range and it stuns things? Dang.
Yeah. Luke knows.
Huh?
Psychic scream.
Oh yeah, awesome. Love that spell. Very fun.
It's so good, you fucking piece of shit.
90% of encounters are now
Mute
pointless.
and stupid.
Hmm.
Yeah. I feel pretty happy with that. Just kind of looking at that spell and then it's reared its ugly head once more from the annals of history.
Someone shut this bitch up. Ree.
And now Sarah can do it multiple times when she gets the level.
If I roll correctly, of course. I can roll poorly and not be able to do it.
It's true.
Roll poorly,
I-
you just you throw it out.
What that means is I need a 2 or better.
Oh
My God. Only a 2.
Only a 2. I can't wait to hit people with this artifact staff through the floor and cancel out all of their enchantments.
Hit someone while they're in the floor with you and cancel out their enchant.
Removes all magic and mutes all effects.
That's right. Get in the fray. Get up in there.
Also, while I have a little spare time, because making Mirage Arcane literally only takes a day, and digging all these holes is probably not that long of a time for me. Because, I just move 5 feet of earth per turn. Where are we putting all of the extra dirt? I assume we're just throwing it in the river.
I mean, if you do that, you're definitely
Just
going to make a
making a
dam
dam.
and recreate another fucking horrific event of just a lake form.
That is
So don't
true, yeah.
make walls. Real walls.
That was a good point, yeah. We can just shuffle all the dirt on over to, back here and make, a dirt wall. Actual cover for real people.
Yeah.
Alright. War crimes complete.
Mm-hmm, yeah. And then my 2 programmed illusion circles of cowering soldiers will be there and there that I can trigger when people start to get close. Hey, where did all those soldiers go that were cowering? I don't know.
They went home. Like you should, sucker.
Yeah, and I'm satisfied with what we've done here today, Sarah.
Very good. Wait, proceed. What? That's Lucy.
I want my seed, damn it!
Come here then, boy.
Seed. I'll give you some seed, boy.
Alright, sapling. I just need to be able to grow up my own tree.
Get the bone meal.
I'll give you a bone meal.
Ooh.
No, you've triggered his trap card. He's into that. So, as you proceed throughout your day, Lucy, knowing that many of those from Sagarona is well and set. Those who have given you a welcome at the Watcher's Hold, making sure that not only that are you comfortable knowing the Vermilion Guard is also the ones that they wall on the others that are the Watchers, and making sure that effectively all is balanced and guarded. You do see a number of them still heading towards more or less this ancient formation, this tree that has held itself against the tides and as well as the weather from the lands here. Being able to walk amongst the gardens here, you can feel just the gentleness of the land in itself. There's a number of druids who are still tending various gardens and making sure that everything else is thriving. As you did request previously, they are more than happy to share one of the tree's great seeds to be able to heal the land. The druid who had shown you the way there, the Watcher's Palace before, would slowly but surely find you as you are perusing the grounds. You would see a pouch bundle, big enough to fit within your palm, but you could tell, especially within this leather pouch, its contents obviously still contain the seed, but also some soft and, well, fertile soil for it. I trust that you would have a good enough garden for this, especially one that is willing to help the unfortunate. It'll take some time for it to germinate so it sprouts, but I am sure you will be able to get it started just fine. You will offer the seedling to you. The seed itself is almost the size of an apple, for what you can tell within the pouch. This pouch is just to help it begin sprouting.
I'll take it carefully and just... Yeah, I have a perfect place. I know just where to put it.
Thanks. You do have a curious air about you. Everything seems to move different around you.
There's several reasons I could think of why that might be. That... well, it really depends exactly what you're seeing.
As strange as it might be, I don't see many plants that lean in closer to a person. You kind of start to take notice that even some of the flowers and other things seem to have almost naturally and covetously shifted closer to you, even in the short time that you've been here.
Alright. Well, that I think I could figure out.
Mm. Still, in a land of consumption, it is refreshing to see one that plants would take comfort near.
I just want the same thing I'm sure all of you do, for this scarred land to be teeming with life again.
I would love to see nothing more. Even if it might take well beyond my lifetime and many after.
I have a good feeling the chance might be sooner than we think.
I definitely believe that.
Just a shame there won't be any lasting peace with it until all of the Ifrit are dealt with.
Even dealing with their city and the many Azir who are rebuffing the lands itself and all its gifts. Would not be surprised if it would take them being extricated altogether, but I would not wish ill on many of the mountain folk who still respect the lands and the greenery. I would imagine you're one of the few that are of the many rebellious factions that are trying to remove the figurehead that is claiming these lands by name alone.
Yeah, one of many.
That's good. Well, I would definitely not
Surely.
want you to make any attempts to the Ruby Palace anytime soon.
We'll see how far off that ends up being.
Of course. Be surprised if you interested in staying here for a time. Seeing how you like the entirety of Hardcat.
As nice as it would be, I have my own garden to get back to.
Respectable.
Oh, I thank you for this gift. But I must be in a hurry.
Of course. I'm sure there are many others you are seeking to help.
Yeah, plenty to do around this nation.
The offer will still remain extended. If you ever need time to rest your...
It's nice to know there's one more welcoming place for people like us.
Far too little these days. Please. Journey safely. He will give you a respectful bow and start to head on his duties within the Watcher's Palace.
I want to go into town and buy a couple of cheap trinkets before I head off. It doesn't really matter what they are.
Or you can see there is more simple and natural trinkets here and there. Things that have pearls, a sea glass collection, or other dream catchers made with sea glass and shells and such from the shores around here.
Sure, I'll get a couple of I'll get a couple of those. The intent is just a couple of items tied to Heart Can so that I can keep one and give one to Azure so we have items from Heart Can for teleporting.
Yeah, each one just costs a silver. They're all very naturally made, not expensive. Still all very beautiful and pretty, though.
And once I have those, I'll teleport back to our home in Dimspire so I can plant a seed.
Alright. Easily enough, be able to teleport back home with the teleportation circle as well. Landing back in your homestead, you can see a number of the guard looking a little bit alert at first, but then calm when they realize it's you, Lucia.
Since I'm stuck here for the day, I'll spend some time tending my garden. Tell whoever tends my garden when I'm not around about the new plant I added.
The person who
Give myself a nice rest.
the one looking after your garden is Porter Sugg. I am scared. Ah, alright. That's right, that's that.
Yeah, it's a lot of charges to keep track of. Oh, this gives me now I have double advantage on saving throws against spells because I also have the Robe of the Archmagi. Oh, this staff has telekinesis in it. I can move extra boulders per day.
And
Yay.
after a rest, since I still have a little bit of time, I would like to use my teleport with my book, Dragons Don't Pay Taxes, to go back to the Faystall Library.
Alrighty. As you return, I believe that was near. Well, actually, no, yeah, that would still be within the safer library. What that? Higher or lower for favor results, yeah.
Always high, baby.
Always low. Always low.
Always high. I ain't a coward.
I'm a realist.
All right. When you arrive within the Faystall Library, there are no pixies in the area that you have landed. Look around, no scraps, nothing. Just you and the books, thankfully. What are you
I
looking
was just using this to land nearby. I'm gonna go see Mita.
Alright. Walking up from the library.
This just felt nicer than using the sword to teleport directly into the audience chamber.
As you head up, you can tell that she has been absolutely bored to tears with having to do regular delegate work, and even within the court here, there has not been much going on as she has to tend to her regular duties, especially now that Nina is back. Oh, well, aren't you just a regular surprise? So nice to see you again so soon.
I'd hardly say regular.
That's true. You are a special surprise. So what has
It
brought my
felt-
knight back to the court?
Well, it felt unknightly of me not to check in and see if there was anything you needed. Do remain at your beck and call for a while.
Well, out of interest, there are a few things I could make use of. But of course, I would understand if it would take a bit of a journey to get there. To the south, there's greater difficulty, but something else that I've sent my pixies to collect from before. It is fruits from some of the particular trees that have survived in the mountain crags there. Are you
How
familiar?
south are we talking?
Yeah. Obviously, you've not
Like-
been then.
Like between here and Gondor, or
Yes,
further south?
between here and Gondor. Definitely past the old cities. They have fouled magics that even prevent most of my plants from growing there. Those trees in particular are quite hardy and have survived a great ordeal amongst the mountains. If you'd be able to find one of them in particular and bring back some of their fruit, I'd consider that a favor. But I would definitely say some of those trees get quite moody.
Oh, that's good to know. I'm a little busy at the moment, but I'm sure I can find some time to go hiking.
Excellent. Bring your best sword. It won't be easy getting those fruits.
I mean, it's as good as I can make it. You weirdly put stirring on the handout sheet for it, but it's never actually changed, so I really don't know what that's about. I wasn't sure if you'd forgotten or...
You'll find out.
Alright.
Takes time.
Maybe I should have just asked Nina.
Making fun little gifts for my sister.
I'm a knight of the court, not a knight of Mita.
You are too true with that.
But as it stands, the only armaments I have all come from you. Seems a little biased, don't you think?
Well, you did swear to me.
You had me swear to the court. It's a little different.
I did allow you to cash in one with Nina, didn't I?
I'm not sure how much of it you allow, given the wording of my oath.
I'll be generous. I will allow hers. And of course, you would be able to get rid of one of the other two that you still owe, if you can bring me one of the cinder beans from the mountains.
I'll put it on my to-do list.
But don't worry. After you're through some of your actions, well, things might awaken.
It's not really a bother if they don't. It serves its job well enough.
Would you take particular interest in some of the funner events that go on here in Paystone?
If they happen in the next 24 hours.
Well, then allow me to show you some of the pixie games, the hunting, and other things that we do around.
Sure, lead the way.
And she will delightfully go to show you the various tricks and trades around Faystall, as well as the various creature hunting and more. You'll very quickly find out how dangerous things around Faystall are, especially for the birds that had originally kidnapped Saren. Usually they eat whatever they kidnap. But they make it some good sport to effectively hunt some of those down, as well as avoid some of the flower fields and recognizing the plants and weaving through them.
I make it my duty to show up as many of them as I can.
Go ahead and give me either athletics or an acrobatics along with a performance.
Oh yeah, those are skills I definitely have.
For sure.
Let's go with acrobatics. Yeah, that wasn't great, but alright, 15.
A respectable
performance with 14.
A respectable performance, especially for being a Knight of the Court. You can tell that there's others who've played these games far longer than you and have definitely been, sticking to the king of the castle in those respects. But you can tell that Mina definitely has a much grander time, especially being able to share the court and others with someone from the outside who's not been able to see the pay or anything expanding out from her kingdom and castle.
It's like on Lucille's end, it's definitely a case of like no real effort being put into making it look fancy. It's just like, oh, we're gonna hunt a thing, and Lucille's just like, okay, dimension door.
Straightforward and immediate.
Oh, this person's getting ahead of me. dominate monster.
You're mine.
Intentionally make them mess up.
Dominate monster. Shit yourself.
Yes, my lord.
It will be as you say.
Just a pile of elephant-sized shit on the floor from the creature you dominated.
I mean, sure, that'd be good for a creature, but I'm thinking, like, anyone beating me at a game. I just...
Very much in the spirit of the Fae. I'm losing? Dominate.
just
You will
mind
climb
control
the
them
next
and
obstacle.
make
You will
them
shit
do
yourself.
bad.
With this, Esmita does have time to relax, collect herself. You can tell that there is still some curiosity and concerns. I have to ask, my knight. Obviously, you have sworn and showed up dutifully. I don't expect you to do this the rest of your newly gifted life. Would you see my kingdom still locked to this small corner of the land?
I'm mentally trying to recall how aware I was of our group's discussions about giving them more space.
That's fair. You know
'Cause
Wembley's
I don't know how much of
100%.
that I knew about.
You know fully well that Wembley's probably still fully against any expanse.
Oh yeah, I know Wembley's against it.
Fuck Wembley.
I'm gonna get overruled.
I believe
I-
I've been vocally against it to just about everybody.
I think that was a conversation that only me and Annette had. And
Yeah,
then we
I don't
asked
Yeah,
remember.
that's what
Emily,
I was thinking about.
and then told Azure as well.
And I said,
agree.
I'll tell you my decision later, and then we got jumped.
Yeah.
Jumped, yeah. Had to burn down my shop.
Zeus.
I will not be denied my alchemy.
You're just gonna fly a blimp over Stelzheim and just drop bombs.
I worry that your people wouldn't mesh well with the other inhabitants of this realm.
I could see that still being a problem. No one really plays or has fun the same way. Even if we stuck to the lands behind the mountains, though. The dead cities. If we were able to finally fix them.
I think there wouldn't be much for people to complain about while these lands overrun by fey creatures and plants don't encroach on others' territories. The way you have fun, as you put it, I'm sure would annoy many, but the dangers of your realm are altogether different from what everyone else is used to.
Well, if they ever change their mind, if they wanted us to find a way to cleanse the others, the cities are corrupt, we would gladly keep watch over them. Lucio, go ahead and roll me an insight.
Sure. 3 of these insight. That's a banger. I'm
Yeah.
still adding this.
Oh. Alright. You could tell, especially from her expression, because she's always been jubilant, playful, but also very forthcoming. The fact that she's even bothered to tap dancing around it shows that maybe her and her court knows what's keeping these particular cities or others corrupted and dead, filled with souls. She's just probably afraid to say anything.
Seem a little hesitant, and I mean, you say watch over as if it's not something that could be completely cleansed. Is it more than just an infestation of the undead?
I'm sure you've seen, well, maybe not, but there are borders where Paystar still lays claim, but the land tries to eat everything. Even past the mountains, where the trees grow and absorb the wealth of fire, there is barren wastes that would chew up anything that has a breath of life. It would be from
Ground does?
Yes. The land was left sick. We would be able to contain that sickness and stop it from trying to spread. Though there are creatures there that have feasted on that sickness for some time. Each of these cities are where they sleep, growing on it, getting fatter. But thankfully, like so many people at a banquet, refusing to leave the seat and abandon their plate. We could stem that tide and start helping these areas heal. Even if it is the fire trees and crags that would spread again. Still some form of life. would imagine there's others out there in the world that might have more sickness just like those towns nearby. Of course, I never really got the chance to look further beyond or be permitted to, especially with the previous agreement from one of your party members.
Well, in my travels, I recently paid a visit to the seaside town of Hardcan down in the south. It's occupied by druids who have been slowly healing the land.
That's lovely.
They assure me it's quite a slow process, but they did at least seem to believe that, given enough time, such healing could be spread to the rest of the continent.
Well, would gladly speed it along if I could.
Sure, at the very least, you could be a great help for them, if nothing else.
Just need people to trust me.
You make yourself quite a difficult person to trust.
Old habits and fun ones are tough to beat.
Those habits are why you get locked away in a little corner of the continent.
I know.
I'm not asking you to change, Ida. I wouldn't force our idea of normal on you and your realm just as much as I'm asking you not to enforce that on ours.
Of course. Just figured it'd be fun to have something new.
Well, I expect pushback from the others, but I can at least talk to them for you.
And it's fair. If anything, I guess there would be a toll request, but even if you brought me a trophy from each city, one, or even just one city, I would count each trophy you bring a redemption of your favors.
What kind of trophy?
A proof, a piece of the creatures that are still feasting on the sickness there. Without them, then, well, they wouldn't be able to defend those locations and keep them sick anymore.
Oh, you want... You mean from the cursed cities?
Yes.
Right.
The one directly south of here is Vesterford. a thickly little place, but it is filled with pestilence. I'm not sure how great an idea it is to be there, but one that seems more applicable to dealing with is Ashborough. Strange, sootling shades that seem to waft through the old halls. Old, well, city and spire that used to watch the coast. Gay spire, now a thing. Strange and spectral arcane eye that watches it. And then small corner nowhere farm, Lonville. As far as I know, there are banshees and other horrid ilk there.
Well, as exciting an adventure as that all sounds, I feel like at least one of my party members would rather not make things easier for you here.
Well,
I'm sure you can figure out which one.
If anything, there are always the two furthest far out of my reach. Have to try and squeak a little bit in there.
Well, I'm stuck here for the day.
Might as well sit down and have
But-
a little bit of a feast with us.
Once I get some rest, I'm heading back to Alceraz.
To tell them I say hello and best of wishes. But of course, that is for
Probably
tomorrow.
need it. Apparently we're under attack.
It's unfortunate.
Just going along to help with the defense.
Wouldn't suppose you would want help with that. She perks up a little.
Exchange for another favor owed. Ooh.
Given who's going to be there, I feel uncomfortable at best with that idea.
Oh, I know he would probably be at most locations. They'll have to offer.
If anything, you'd owe me for bringing you along.
Exactly. One favor done. As you can see, they are starting to set up a banquet table. You can see all sorts of fake creatures, pixies, more animal friends, and you're not sure what one of them is, but a lot of pink fur on it.
No funny business?
Well, I mean, I'm there to help and protect. No funny business. And it would allow me to stretch my wings.
If I tell you to stop doing something, you stop.
Promise. Swear on my
If I
honor.
tell you to go home, you go home.
Very well. I will go home immediately. Nowhere else.
I'll hold out my hand.
I knew you were a smart knight. She will happily shake your hand in that agreement. wherever she ants, turns into an ant, crawls away. Oh. Well, let's enjoy ourselves since we're able to still feast before. Yeah. Hopefully there's no battle happening right now, unless we should go immediately. But I understand.
I was given the impression it would take some time for the forces to arrive at Alcaraz.
Very well. Then we definitely have
Sure.
time to enjoy ourselves.
Leaving tomorrow will still give us plenty of time.
Cannot wait to see his face. Oh, love it when it crinkles that little vein in his forehead. Arrives. You cannot speak. No spells. No longer working. Fuck.
Shit!
As you and Mita are able to have a wonderful time. Feasting and relaxing for the rest of the day. Reading.
Quote unquote wonderful.
Yeah. Eating upside down, you know, all the good stuff. The kaleidoscope room. The green room
All
where
doing fey drugs over there.
the green room where everything turns into a different color. Yes. Oh. Annette,
Yes?
ocean man.
What did you just say?
Ocean man.
Oh, they said pushing on. I'm like, what?
Pushing on. They're pushing you on the meat wagon. Let's go.
Ah!
Let's throw him in the blender.
And supposedly I was on my way to this city here before they close all the gates.
Yes, the gates and the fortified areas. You can tell that there are still citadels and fortified emplacements along with various vehicles of dwarven make outside Segurona, but there is also the main city and keep within, well, fortified walls. As it seems they have sealed up tight, especially since the entire southern fields and various slave houses and farms are fully locked up, burned, or being washed over by various dwarven iron walkers and more that are trying to bring order back to the chaos that you have imposed, Lucio.
It's alright, I'm looking for one little halfling motherfucker. Bring me Hendrik, salute him.
Alright, that. As you are looking around the Segurona's fortress and city, I would like you to roll a perception and an investigation as you are trying to find a way in.
I'm so wonderful at both of these things. Damn.
Hey.
Oh, damn!
Are so wonderful.
Oh, damn. I mean, I wasn't lying.
Yeah.
As you are searching around, you can tell that there are a couple of sections at first that look a little skeevy to get in. Kind of hoop chutes and others that are on the outside and cisterns that would wash out before you quickly realize that there is a section that seems like clean water, as far as you're able to tell. Almost like an overflow basin that hasn't really been considered on cleanup. You can even see that it looks like dried grass and vines that have kind of taken up in this small little alcove with a few bits of almost mold washing over in this. But seems to be the most passable place without being noticed.
I think that'll do. Would you like a stealth check?
Please do. As you start making your way into the pipeworks here, as everything in the city, around the city, and part of the city seems to be insistently
35.
made of black iron. Especially with the,
I'm a fucking ghost.
as you start walking through, you can tell, especially for the metal sounds, it might make some noise, so carefully place your feet and hands more that you're traveling. So you make through these waterworks. It smelled befouled on the outside a little, but as you get further and further up, it seems like fresh water, like well water from the ground. It's at
Nice,
this
at least.
That's at this point, as you get at the furthest point in, after what seems a good 5 minutes of striding through these pipes. You finally realize that there is a water well that has an overflow drain. Even though you are kind of below it, you can tell there are a number of spots where it drains off, but you can still see your way into the city. Doesn't seem like anyone's currently nearby it, but it is a space to maybe teleport in, but you could also try and jam one of the grates off if you want.
Ooh. Do have thieves' tools. Could potentially do that. Or there's no, like, lock mechanism.
With that, on the initial look, it does seem like there are locks on it, mostly because if they had to clean it out or throw extra down. Or as you can tell, it looks like might be a little bit of trash, but nothing outrageous. You can tell they try and keep the area near the well clean.
Okay. I could try to pick the lock then.
Mm-hmm.
Also, have I seen the guards' uniforms?
From these sections, I haven't seen the guards in particular. You have seen the outside soldiers with their full black iron armor and such.
All right. Yeah, I'll try to pick the lock and get out. So we'll... Pa!
With a 17, you do find this lock is resisting you. It is a bit stubborn.
Yeah, that's okay. I will just give up and decide to dimension door past it.
Alright.
I will poof to the other side and quickly duck into any nearby shadow so I can try to avoid being spotted.
Quickly roll me a stealth, please. Alright. Especially with a slight cacophony that Dimension Door does make.
Mhm.
You can tell that there's a few others that come patrolling by. These guards in particular, they're not wearing full plate, but they are still wearing black iron chain, as well as what seems to be halberds with a strange, almost like box-like design, and then a wire string that leads down to the other base of the handle, as far as you can tell. Roll me an well, let's see. Yeah, I would say perception or investigation. See look at these strange mechanisms on the halberds.
Not a clue.
It might operate like man catchers. Maybe there's a spread bar inside of it when it hits to pull it. But
That's fine, but I've seen their outfit now.
yes, you can see that there is a deep red on the tabard itself, but especially for Segorona, it seems like a particular tri-cross of what seems to be wheat, along with what looks like a singular emplacement of a ruby at the center of them, penning them all together.
Excellent, excellent. I would like my glamored studded leather to replicate their armor.
Alright.
So it looks the same.
He's using the item.
He's actually using. With that, you replicate this wonderfully made armor. You can tell even with the black iron chain that it's still very fine craftsmanship, especially for what it is made to do. It's
Yep.
fairly heavily and would not make a lot of noise.
I would also like to open up my bag of holding. I will pull out my mask of disguise and place it on my face. As I do, I will take the form of just a bearded man with a couple of pockmarks and a scar running along one side of the face.
Alright. That you are very easily able to start blending your way in. You can tell, especially with the high alert of the outside for Segorona, many of the eyes and ears are on the main causeways as well as the ramparts for this city. Not too many seem wildly concerned, but there is one point as you are starting to make your way out. You could tell that some of the particular soldiers that are keeping watch are a little on edge. Some look at you, but they assume briefly that you might be heading to a different part of patrol or other section within the city. They don't pay attention to it too much since you don't have a halberd. Go ahead and roll me an insight.
Insight. 10.
You can tell that there are still a couple of looks, a few other Duergar and dwarves that you see mixed within the crowds are, well, some are with weapons, some are without. You can tell at least those without weapons seem to be going about business or performing various commerce and bookkeeping and a few others, but they still wear chain and more. The others that are on patrol still wielding these terrifying looking black iron halberds with the weird wire string from the top of the head.
Trying to figure out, for one, if Endrick is actually here, and for two, if he is, where?
For that, you can roll me an investigation if you'd like, as you are perusing the city, and especially for the dwarf make, it's still regimented and logical, but especially trying to figure out where a noble might hide in a place like this. You start piecing it together. You can tell that there is the fortress, but then you realize as well, as there are a number of Duergar coming in and out, that is strictly the fortress. Doesn't seem to be any business coming in and out of there. It seems to be pertaining to the troops that regiment this place. You start to follow around for some of the houses that are within this fortified city. You realize that there is only a few sections very quickly, especially with an 18 and the way they operate things. There are not many other races here entirely other than Duergar and dwarves. The few others that you start to see spotted around. A few Ganassi, a few what seems to be other, humans and more, maybe from other further reaches or business travelers that have come here to stop, are in the northern section, right in the middle. It's at this point that you realize that Endrick might not be staying at a overly lavish looking on the outside, but at the same point you have not gotten a chance to see within these iron-walled homes on how they look inside. You can tell on the outside that at least a few of them look a little more lavish, not overly decorated on the outside, especially since the smoke and soot from furnaces and forges nearby and the various machinery still kind of coats everything, but you very quickly find a section where at least the steps and others are swept clean.
If I must, I will speak with any of the local citizens that are currently bunkering down and attempt to ask where the halfling is, as I am required to report to them.
Go ahead and roll me a persuasion as you go to approach a couple of the other more finely dressed folks that still live within the city. Kind of looking you up and down, and the first batch that you approach seems to be a couple of Ganassi who have taken up residence here. They look to be more or less on the side of mechanically inclined and trained folk. You can tell, especially for some of the tool work that they have. But especially with the 20, they don't look too surprised when you mention Endrix Lutrum. Right, you must be one of the new ones. Furthest at the back of the lane there, next to the wall. As they will gesture down the farthest reaching of the lane, at the house at the very far end. It is not overly decadent, but it also has the most nicely kept section of the keep, and it is also the furthest away from the very noisy fortress and all of its machinery.
I appreciate your kindness, and I'll head off that way, and before I get there, I will scout it out in a quiet fashion, a sneaky fashion, as to not give away my position just yet, in case there are many guards. I don't want to be caught out being unofficially there.
Please go ahead and roll your stuff. As you can tell, this section definitely has a curious mix, and it's a little hard to tell. You definitely make yourself scarce, slipping in between crowds of people. A few others where it looks like you might be purpose meant to be with that group and just kind of muddling along. But there is definitely another group of halberdiers that you pass by. I will say as well, if you've looked around, and you definitely notice that there are other dwarfs in Duragar that have patrolled around this section, but they have been with nobles in particular, or carrying a missive.
Yeah.
Anyone else who is not a part of a group or carrying something like a letter or other has always had a halberd in their hand. And you quickly realize it's thankful that you kind of decided to start blending in a little bit more and just kind of hugging some of these groups, as it might have thrown you to the wolves a little bit.
Yeah. Having looked at this estate that he may be staying at, did it look like it was a single story, double story, multi-story? What's the kind of layout I'm looking at?
With that, it is a single story. It definitely looks like it has a basement, as there is, as far as you can tell, what looks like a barrel drop for wine and more. But you can also tell there is a number of guards who watch Slutrum's personal estate here. You tell that there is still 2 posted up front. They're not guarding the doors directly, but they seem to patrol around on opposite sides, and especially near the barrel drop, even though there's a brief time where you could tell they do not have sight of it. Other than that, there is what seems to be, especially for the chaos that's happening, triple the guards in the ramparts near Slutrum's house. But that in particular is due to the fact that near the ramparts there is a fortified guard post, one of the main huts where guards would switch in and out. So when they do switch out, it is near immediate on the upper ramparts above his home. Other than that, it seems like his estate might be quiet and well kept from the inside. As for homesteaders like maids or butlers, you cannot tell 100% from out here, as they are curtains drawn for the moment.
Mm-hmm. Well, these guards that guard his home, do they wear a different style of uniform?
No, they still wear Sagorona's guard and Tybark, as far as you can tell.
All right. I would like to do one thing, and that is I would like to cast invisibility on myself.
Right.
And with that, I would like to get closer to the house and, with my true sight, see if there is any invisible defenses.
Alrighty. Go ahead and roll me an investigation.
Investigation.
As far as you can tell, for defenses, even just kind of quickly glancing around, seems like there are some magics on the windows. You're not entirely sure what. It seems like abjuration, though.
Yep.
As for the door itself, it seems like a very minor evocation.
Oh.
You can roll me an arcana if you would.
I will certainly give it a try. Yeah, that's delayed fireball right there.
You're not entirely sure. Yeah, it could be delayed fireball. It could be a number of things. That it's definitely on the door.
All right. How many guards does it seem he has around his house?
With that, just the two out front in particular. The guards on the ramparts, though, seems to be about 5, but that's because they're closer to the guard post.
Okay, and they're more worried about the guard post or the wall itself?
Yes, they seem to be more worried outside than they are inside for the time.
Give me 1 sec.
Starts writing a profane fucking letter, just insulting him, and just slips it under.
You piece of shit, I'll fucking kill you.
Yeah, I'll fucking come for you tonight, you piece of shit, you pussy ass motherfucker. Don't you go to sleep, I'm gonna find you in your dreams.
Alright, it's just the two guys at the front. So, let's see. Alright. These two look kind of more battle hardened, or do they look more newbie?
Roll me an insight.
I love all these insights.
Annette, the inspector, is on her.
Exactly.
We're never splitting the party after all of this.
Never.
This has been such a mess.
It's been so many months of getting everyone back.
Well, now that I have plane shift and scrying, I can force you to rejoin.
Indeed.
Hand up ass puppets, you. With that,
You will be rejoining the party. Resistance is futile.
We need a Zer to learn gate so you can just actually force people to get your ass over.
I can leave you in hell, or you can come with me.
as you are sitting these guards for a moment, especially with insight, they seem relaxed for the time, but they still definitely have enough scars where they're definitely not pushover guards, but you're not sure how durable they are, but they've definitely seen their day of fighting.
Okay. I need a way to get them out of the way, and I reckon I can do that in. You know what? I will go out of sight, and I will turn off the invisibility, and I will get in my best sweaty look, and I'll come running from round the corner up and like run up to them. We're out of breath. I'll just kind of lean down on my knees for a second and. Right, it's getting a bit more out of control.
They found a way in.
They might have. Not sure. Captain just says they want more reliable people by the gate. I'm here to relieve you of duty.
Go ahead and roll me a performance. Oh. Maybe go.
And I'm being someone else. Hang on. Actor.
Yeah, you should have that advantage. Roll it.
Oh, you're right. I forgot I get that.
Oh,
with
true.
advantage. 25.
Oh.
That's good because they rolled an 18.
Oh.
That was about to be really bad.
Uh-oh.
With that, he's like, keep an eye on the stoop. Let no one through. With that,
Alright.
they will pull out what you didn't see underneath their chainmail, a signal whistle, and quickly blow the fucking signal whistle, gesturing towards the other guards at the ramparts and signaling them to head eastward.
Beautiful.
Keep in mind, that would have been you attacked by all 7 of the.
Yeah, that would have sucked a little bit.
But with that, they will start heading off with their black iron halberds in hand.
Excellent. I'll give them a minute so that way they're out of sight. Before I figure out how I'm gonna get in this house.
All right. You do see a couple of windows and all that. Obviously, now the barrel drop is cleared, but there is still the door with this small, teeny tiny evocation.
This one, itty bitty little evocation. Oh wait, fuck! I'm stupid. All right, okay, hang on. As they ran past me, and this is a gamble, could I try to reach into the pocket of one of the guards, or whatever carrying case they've got, and try to nick a key, if that's possible? It's a random chance of getting anything at this point.
High or low for favorable results.
I love rolling low, so let's do it.
Give it a D20. That I would say, especially since it's kind of after, you kind of think about it like just as they got out of reach before.
Yeah.
Trying to grab one, at least something from them to see if there's a key.
Yep. In that case, I'll do a really, really fun thing. And with the door itself, I would like to cast Dispel Magic at 4th level.
Alright. With that, no problem at all, as the evocation dissipates.
Excellent. And I guess I'll test the door real quick and see if it does indeed open, but I doubt it will, in which case I will probably have to pick the lock.
As you give it a little jiggle on one of the knobs. Doesn't seem to give way. You can definitely tell there's now no magic on it, though, at least.
Thank God.
If you were going to and pick the lock, it is a DC 25. This is a very fine thing.
God damn.
You can do it.
You're right, I might be able to. Alright. I will do a Thieves' Tools. Okay, 1, 2, 3. 27!
that takes a moment. You feel around, especially for these heavier locks that they made and how durable they are. You have to force the turn a little bit more until you finally hear that very heavy click of the bolt sliding free.
Yeah.
But you are able to push the door open now.
Excellent. I'd like to go inside and close the door and lock it again.
All right. It's easily done enough, as on this side there is just a turn lock.
Is there anyone in the room here?
With the immediate entry, go ahead and roll me a perception, as you are now looking around a very finely kept hall and grand foyer. A area looks like very clearly the stairs going down, but marbled floors, well kept and polished. A vibrant, lush green with what seems to be beautiful purple tapestries, as well as the Segarone's banner as the triple wheat with the ruby pinning them, as it seems to be Sutram's personal signet to it all.
Bingo. Well,
With perception, aside from what sounds like maybe a little bit of the rustle of the banners and everything else blowing around. Overall, a quiet homestead. The most you can hear is maybe a crackling of a fire. Other than that, as you look around, you can tell this hall leads down another 2 or 3 doorways. Each side there is 3 doors. You can tell the one with the stairs looks like it cuts off in as it leads into maybe the main study or living room, maybe a place where he entertains. The other 3 doors on the left look to be more personal, and the last door on the far right, just after the stairs, maybe where the kitchen is. So for this in particular, with a 6, it's a little hard to tell where the fire is coming from. It might be coming from the kitchen, as it's just echoing in the marbled halls.
yeah. I guess it's time to just skulk around. I could do a sneak, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Roll me a stealth. So you
I
kind
shall
of
roll with a stealth.
the good hushed tones of walking through. Or able to slip around, start peering into some of these places, seeing effectively where to go. Are you going to check the left 3 doors or the right door? Or right 3 doors, I should say. You could also check the basement.
Oh, that's a good point. I might actually start with the basement because if anywhere, it's probably the most fortified, and he might be there.
Alright.
So I'll check the basement.
Alright. You quietly step on your way down to the basement. You can see that it looks like it extends even further than you expected. There's a hallway that immediately hits to the right on your T section, and then on the left where it looks to be where the various barrels that have been dropped along with some supplies. That also has what seems to be a locking grate. You could tell that it's good that you didn't just try and do where the barrel drop is, as if it wasn't unlocked, you would just suddenly jam against the loud iron door that dropped maybe 2 or 3 inches before just having a loud clatter to stop with the bar. With that on the right side, you can see another 2 doors that leads from this T-section hallway.
I'm gonna go to the doors and I'm gonna eeny, meeny, miny, moe it. One will be left, 2 will be right. Door. Left door.
Alrighty. On the left door, as you throw it open, you could see what looks to be a guest room? Question mark? It seems to be a very lavish bed, nice fireplace, other places to kind of set down. It looks like a dumbwaiter that comes down for personal meal deliveries here. kind of lush, even though it is in the basement. Most people would consider it rude. It makes up for the difference with the very lavish food delivery at any time, as well as what seems to be a bell ring, and then, as far as you can tell, almost like a speaker funnel system to the kitchen, so they don't even have to
Oh,
leave their room.
very lovely, very lovely. There is no effects or anything left in this room.
As far as you can tell, no, it doesn't seem like he's had any guests here for a little bit. Everything's still nicely kept and clean. You can even see what looks like a box of chocolates for guests, as well as a courtesy bottle of wine, just in case if anyone did drop by on sudden surprise.
Okay. With all that, I will check the right door now.
All right. As you check into the right door, it seems to be a guest closet. Extra outfits and supplies, other things that look decadent and finely dressed in. Silks, robes, furs from all over the place and all over the lands that you weren't expecting, and even what seems to be more royal and courtly dressings that would be for further distance travel or even dealing with maybe the Aesir courts or more significant people.
Okay. There does not appear to be any illusions or anything of the such in here.
With that, especially with your sight, you would not see any illusions that are hiding anything, but you would see illusions that are particular to the multiple sets of glamour weave that are within this room.
Ooh.
There are beautiful cloaks, tapestries, mantles, things that you would wear that looks like almost as if smoke or fire was tapering up your shoulders and mantling at the back of your head like a full cowl.
Yeah, okay, I'm going to take a couple of these. I just want to shove a few in my bag of holding.
Just putting on those beautiful made glamour weaves and more.
Look, I gotta make a buck.
Yeah, these are all finely made. Mithril, silver, and more. Everything woven in with the various threads and finery. Overall, it is an impressive wardrobe. You can tell that there's even a mix of, well, some costume, but also some very real gold jewelry as well.
Very beautiful, very beautiful. But I must stay focused. I must stay focused. I nick a piece of jewelry, and then I must stay focused.
Money. Let's see. Go ahead and roll me a d20.
I love that. 1.
It's worth 100 gold as you grab one that's more of just a simple gold chain.
Easy. And now I stay on task. Well, he's not here, so he must be upstairs.
Mm-hmm.
So back upstairs I go.
All right. So you quickly pursue back up. You can tell that there hasn't been any real change, but you start to hear what sounds like soft footfalls, a little taps of, well, well-dressed feet.
Oh.
Is heading towards the left side of the house.
Oh. I would like to try and trail that.
All right. As you quickly follow that, as you appear over, you can see what looks like a fairly well-dressed female human in a full, what seems to be maid outfit. At your angle, the cut of the, well, underdress is a little bit high, and you see a bit more than you should. But it definitely looks like she is bringing a tray to one of the last doors on the back left section of the home.
Love that. I'd like to try and get a good look at her so I can memorize what she looks like and her outfit.
Or, with that, definitely more heavily black dressed on the front. The little tabard kind of mixed on for what would be kind of like the waist apron on the front. As for the rest, you could tell there is still decadence, as there is jewelry and finery that she is wearing, rings, earrings, and all that. Obviously, gifts probably from Slutrin.
Okay.
The long brunette hair that tucks back in a singular kind of tied knot and bow to keep it all back and away from everything she's carrying.
Okay. Take a mental note of all that. Does she speak at all?
With that in particular, you do not hear her speak or mutter a single word. These soft taps come from the very light footwork. You can tell that she's probably had to work here for a significant amount of time and has kind of almost mastered walking soundlessly through the halls, other than a few tip taps of her toes.
Hendrik must like to see her and not hear her.
As far as you can tell.
All right.
As
All right.
she goes through this last door, it'll disappear into. You don't really hear anything louder in particular, but you do realize how heavy each of these doors are. You can tell that even though, obviously, finer crafts, not the iron or metal doors that you see on the outside, but these ones are made in particular of wood. And especially for that exotic wood for a sport, you could tell this one was like a deep, heavy lacquer. It is fairly hard to hear anything through these that aren't just a muffle or a mumble.
So they're very quiet doors because they're very well made.
Mm-hmm.
Even better.
You can
All
tell
right,
there's almost like an eeriness to the fact of how much Slutrum loves the quiet. Furthest away from the fort, the quietest house. Even inside here, with all the other stuff that's going on, you realize that you don't hear shit in this house, and it's kind of eerie.
There must be some sort of spell doing this, some sort of arcana. It's creepy.
Could assume maybe that's what was on the windows as well.
Maybe. But that'll work to my advantage. I will wait for her to leave. What exactly did she take into him? Just food? Any drink?
With that, it looked like a tray of drink and food, definitely. A little mix of what seemed to be kind of like a charcuterie board.
Okay.
Seems like, especially for this time, it might be something that he eats regularly at this particular time and hour.
Okay. Well, I will wait for her to leave. And once she leaves the room, I will disguise myself as her and change my glamored outfit to hers.
The time starts to drag on a little bit more, and then more. It feels like forever until 35 minutes drag by very slowly in this very quiet house where nothing is happening.
Jesus Christ. He's getting head.
Then you will finally see this woman come back out quietly and start making her way across to the right side of the hall. And as you guessed, the kitchen. As she opens up the door, you hear a brief moment of a few other things being barked at by what sounds like a dwarven chef. As what sounds like frying food and the smell of enriched, clarified butter, as well as a few other herbs and finery that is heavily wafted through before the door closes and returns to silence.
Okay. And while he's doing that, I will quietly open the door that Endrick is in. And I myself will very quietly approach, like in the similar fashion to her, so as to not alarm him if he does turn around to spot me, or if he's facing the door.
All right. With that, as you faintly start to approach with him, you can tell that he is happily munching down and looking at what seems to be a couple of ledgers, things that have probably moved toward. Strangely enough, he has his desk facing towards the window. It's very clear that he trusts everyone within his home pretty implicitly, as the main back of his chair is to the door of his room. Within this section, you can see there is a number of other books that have been stacked up, separated and placed, organized in a particular, almost obsessive order. You can tell each one has been set on a pedestal book table in each of itself. There is 4 in total. It is extremely creepy to look at the fact that instead of just stacking the books all on his desk, he's had to have each one particularly set out with its own quill and inkwell for each of these books.
Very, very OCD.
Seems to be, as far as you can tell, for what he's doing. And then also him just kind of humming a tune as he is happily munching on what seems to be cheese crackers and a couple of fairly finely dried meats and a couple of pieces of fruit here and there.
Okay. Very nice. Very good. Very good. Very good. He's got his guard down. He's looking absolutely like he's in his best day. He's having a great time.
Yeah. Just having a time, munching on some stuff.
Having a time, munching on some stuff. In that case, I would like to cast Hold Person on him.
Alrighty.
Let's see. It is a DC 21.
I will attempt.
You'll make it.
Well, remains to be seen. Oh. With that, as he is crunching loudly, suddenly stops and looks a little bit panicked as he's staring at his book. It's
Oh, beautiful. I would just like to caress a hand over the back of his neck, over his shoulder, and then just sit on the desk in front of him. And I will take the apple from his hand and take a bite. And as I do, I will remove the mask from my face and reveal my true form, as my outfit also turns back to the nice black suit that I'm wearing.
You.
It's been a while, Mr. Slaughton. And you've been so very hard to find. But it has been worth every moment I have made an attempt to find you. You're a very popular man. And my family used to hold you in quite high regard. Oh, used to.
I apologize if our business deal went awry. I can fix it. I understand that a number have been loss of bank and financial wealth. Obviously, things are going well here.
There's no deal that was made, no critical error that you've really made. Not recently, no. You made your mistake so long ago. You betrayed the High Gods. I'm just here to clean up. Oh, but you missed one. The last one. And well, you will let me with a little bit of a tragic tale. I've got nothing left to lose. So I figured I'd take everything. Every last thing all of you ever had.
You don't have to do this. You really don't. I can fix you up with anything. I mean,
You're right, I don't have to do this. I don't. It's not that I have to do this, Hendrik. I'll take a bite of my apple. It's that I really, really want to. And I'm just gonna take the knife and slash his throat.
as he gargles quickly in his chair, you can see his body trying to fight it before that sparkle in his eyes starts to fade. It dulls right before your eyes. You see that he actively pisses himself in the fear of dying.
Oh, my. Now, I wouldn't want them to bring you back too easily. And I will start to pat my living bag. It's time to eat.
Oh god.
You see the teeth start to gnash as the tongue starts to loll out hungrily, smelling fresh blood.
So it starts to eat him. I'm going to quickly take anything out of his pockets he may have had, just in case there was a ledger or something else.
With that, you will find a small purse of money, a set of keys, as well it seems to be a address book, question? Seems to be various names, but not sensible names. Mixed lettering, almost like a particular cipher that he's done to himself. Start to hear that loud crunch as your bag feasts happily on the fat little half of it.
I'm not even going to look at it. I just pat the bag while I quickly go through some ledgers that he's left on the desk and take things that I think are noteworthy to inherit his Maple enterprise.
As you study the artwork, especially for the estate, you could tell that a number of things from Segaron were still being shipped out. In particular, one that's easy enough to recognize is Titi, Thortodir, the city just to the west. But you do see a few more questioningly marked out. EB, VB, and another what seems to be RT. These ones are strange. The other ones that are more straightforward, it seems that they have been even shipping a few things over across the waters to a place marked with OB, Oaken Barrel, eastward. The other one that seems in particular, BW. Not sure what ties reach that far, but still seem to have the ties going in that direction. There is one particular order in this ledger, though, as even though he wrote ciphers for the names, the orders themselves are direct, as he was counting for that much coin. A large amount of grains and fruit. Extraordinarily large in comparison. You know full well that it would either be a feasting hall or something with an immense appetite. Multiple tons of grain and fruit being sent northward. Seems that they have paid in full either with what seems to be Residium, concentrated magic, or, in particular, gems and gold. Wealth of the land.
Let's say where this is going.
For that, it seems to be marked in particular northward. For what it's on the lettering. That's what was mentioned of the TR and all.
Yeah.
Go ahead, roll me an insight.
I will use a session reroll on that. Fuck it. It's even worse.
It's tough to tell, especially with this much food and tonnage. And then also the cipher. Maybe he was sending it to a particular city up north, making sure that the large amounts survive the travel, or maybe there's something still unseen.
Something to work on later. I take his ledgers and I will walk out to the kitchen where the others are.
I was going to say as well. What's your passive perception?
Bad. 12.
All right. As you turn around, you'll see her. The door is open. Her own hushed footsteps, practiced in ease, as she is looking terrified.
Oh, my dear. I was going to come find you. Now listen close and I cast suggestion.
As you can tell, she's like about to scream. What is your suggestion?
I need you to start a grand and beautiful fire, and don't stop until it's all in flames.
As she looks at you, her lip quivering for a moment. Yeah, her mind fights with it for a moment. And she nods. As you see her set down the tray of food. And she goes for one of the oil lamps. You see her start walking towards the desk. And start pouring it out. Leading the trail closer and closer to the doorway. It's with that she will strike up a match in particular as you are stepping out. And she will drop it as you see everything start to ignite into a blaze within the study. You see her continue finding more oil lamps to continue pouring out more and more within this household. and sending more tapestries ablaze as she is left in a daze from the spell, keeping herself safe, but also making sure the fires reach higher and higher, wiping Sutrum and his history, Queen, from his plot.
I do love it when I win. I would like to dimension door outside. Was this house was near the edge of the city, right?
Yes, it was up against one of the walls in particular.
I would like to dimension door out towards the edges of the city.
Or, as you bamf out, go ahead and roll me a stealth.
I was born for this.
With that, even with the guards on Overwatch, you can see some starting to panic as smoke is starting to rise from where you just left. You leave with relative ease, Hendrix from a distant memory. The strange look on the maid's face in horror as she had done what you enacted her to do. That you are free to leave the girl.
I would
Cypher.
certainly like to. I will cast one more spell, and that is a sending to Lucille. Endrix Lortum is dead, and his home burned to the ground, his history wiped from the plane. I'll be back soon.
The way you tack that on at the end, it almost sounds like a threat. See you soon, Annette.
I'm just gonna enjoy the smoke coming from Segorona as I wander north for a little while, because I'll need to wait until I have a rest to get my spell slots back.
Fair enough. It is quite the fire. It definitely burns. There's where you can see it even up to a mile out. That the day will easily come to a close as everyone makes their preparations for war. Annette has her revenge as well as the ledger in hand. With that, easily enough. As the night passes, many will wake up, make ready, knowing that a full-out war, small at first in skirmishes, but extending to major cities and further beyond, will be beginning to cascade down like so many dominoes. With that, we will leave off here. As the next will be everyone collecting up at Hasras and making ready to fight Lady Scorpus and her armies with the prepared battlements.
I don't know. I think we could do like another 4 hours of us talking to each other. I think we should try that.
and then split the party after that.
No!
Yeah.
Do separate
No!
things.
We have to abandon the city. We need to split the party.
Fuck still died! Bring the pit!
I just hope that Segarona burns to the ground because fuck him.
Would be tough, but definitely all of Endrick's fucking home is gone. No survivors except one woman.
I took mercy on that woman.
Yeah, my way to cast Arcane Lock on every door in the city because it's completely free and it's only cast in action to
This
use.
face. Remember it, Annette. Remember this.
She'll remember my face. She's got PTSD forever.
In your darkest hour, she'll arrive to say a nice word and then leave.
Say a nice word. I think she's. I think if anything, she's gonna show up and be like, "You were killed by master. That was my good-paying job.
It was so easy. I just had to bring him tea and shit.
I'd give him a little head."
Head on apply directly to the forehead.
In reality, it was just because he's OCD, so she had to make sure to dust and clean all the books and set them up correctly.
Well, if one's out of order, you know, she gets decapitated.
Yeah, exactly. It's death. It'll be great to see the troops again.
And then he makes eye contact with her and says, "Do you know the Dewey Decimal System?" And she sweats.
Dewey Decimal. Dewey Duck.
Do you know the Dewey Decimal System, Jesse?
Doug.
I don't like you that you've reminded me of it.